Which will all allow us.
We have a quorum if you want
Sure.
to. I'll check with Mike and see if he's ready.
Okay.
No, Mike's not doing it today.
Oh, who is Scott?
Ray is ready.
Ray.
I'm good to go. Whenever y'all want to start. We can't handle this right now. We're in trouble.
We running?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scott said there's a puddle of water there.
Call to order of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. It is June the 29th, 2021. At 8:20. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we do.
We have a quorum. We're open for protest.
No, we don't have a leak. I'm like, that roof system is good.
I'll do this, go.
I don't like being used to going sideways rather than up and down. It is a little better. I like the way you preview the tiles.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
I had trouble getting out of it.
Did you? Yeah, you gotta just poke down here at the bottom and it comes up.
Yeah. I poked the back up and it wouldn't back out.
Well, there's nobody here.
Meeting has been opened.
Okay, sounds good.
You told me to run it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, can I? I'm gonna run to the bathroom
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's fine.
All right. I'll be right back.
Hey.
I'll stay late. Don't worry.
The ARB was, I'm not. Office, but I do have an information license. You're gonna go in this room. The ARB is here at the middle table. You're going to sit over here to the right. This is Terry and Clarissa Darby.
Good morning.
You can just go around so you don't have to
Is
go
this
in that door. Yes. ma'am. This is case 1959.
Got it. Everybody set?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm not. I just.
Yes, we're ready to go.
What's the number?
Ready to go?
31177.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter.
Okay.
I'll go down through the script and at the end I'll be asking a couple of questions.
All right.
We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1959, account 31177. This hearing is being recorded. Robert,
Oh, Q1 and Q2 is being protested.
got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created. It will go out by snail mail. It will contain the results of the hearing, and it will also contain instructions on what you can do if you don't agree with us. Okay? In accordance with tax code section 4145, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Have you turned in all your evidence?
Yes, I have.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Paris, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Excuse me, I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another individual person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Clarissa Page, Darby, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, Terry Darby, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
I raise my city solemnly swear.
Do either of you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No.
Okay. The governor made me ask it. Well, the governor. You have a chart, I think, on a piece of paper that says hearing procedure. No, it wasn't on the desk?
Yes, there it is.
Yes.
We
There you
got
go.
it.
Thank you.
Now, that's how we're gonna manage the hearing. And you get to choose up front who goes first. Right, for the district, or you guys? Who speaks first?
I guess I should, I don't, he's probably got a lot more information than I do, so I'll just get mine out of the way.
Okay.
Okay, 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes.
And is it clicking down or let me sign these things?
No, go ahead and sign them.
Okay. So, I guess we'll start.
Mhm.
Katie and Jerry Darby, Clarissa
Okay.
Darby.
It's taking a
Jerry
minute
Darby.
to warm up. It's not.
We,
Sorry.
and I don't know all of you guys.
I'll turn it
so
off, but it-
I'm kind of nervous, so.
It's all right.
First of all, I want to thank the appraisal district staff. Have always been very helpful. I want y'all to know that every time I've had a question, they've been more than generous with their time and answer. We had, and you know my property, I'm sure you've got that in front of you. You know what we're talking about.
Would you rather have the lights on?
Okay, no, that's fine. We did receive, after we filed to have this hearing, we did receive an informal review. I call it a review, a phone call offering to reduce our 2021 appraised value, potential appraised value to the sale price in lieu of coming before this board. And I started looking at other information. So to see whether or not we wanted to do that. I'm just gonna tell you, our house is, before we get into any of this, oh no, this is fine. Our house is 28 years old. There've been minimal, if any, upgrades over the last 28 years. There was a new roof or roofing repairs were done after Harvey. We had all the inspections done that should have been done in due diligence, including termite. Termite treatment has been done in 2016. We bought the house thinking it's a good structure and there's a lot of potential for something for two old retired parties to work on and have in the future. Older neighborhood, the appraised value was 245,000, and the history, as I was looking at it on previous appraisals, had been minimal as far as increase. So once we got in there, we found that we had termites in the house, and you will see there's 3 pages here of expenditures. I kept this record for my insurance, but if you go to the bottom one, the last one, 27,000, and we're still adding, we're still not finished. So we're looking at probably $28,000 in repairs because we had to gut 2 rooms. There's pictures you can see of the termites. I don't know if anybody knows what a termite does. This is like a chunk of what a termite does. So it was all in the walls. Damage was extensive. We had, that's a 2-by-4, or what's left of one. That's up at the ceiling level. They were horrible. We had no idea they were there. They've been treated. You know, like I said, we had our inspection. So that's kind of the property issue. One of the main property issues we found. We also have been doing extensive repairs on rain gutter system, sprinklers, central air conditioning unit failed, another $5,500 for that, almost $28,000 for the termites. So back to the actual property and how it compared. I did property searches with the only tool I had, which was the online property search. And I found that the value increases were not really consistent. This is us. We went to up 22%. And I couldn't figure out, I mean, it's hard to figure out just with these numbers. So I went back into my property searches and put a square footage to see if I could figure out, you know, what the pattern was of the consistency. And as you can see, I don't see a lot of consistency. I was more than anything trying to compare with my neighbors. My neighbor here, and I had one that was behind this one. And I thought certainly I'm comparable to them. Well, my property went up 22%, over 22%, and theirs were in the 10 and 11%. The 2 at the top, I think, were some that were sent to me by the prior to this meeting, some that the appraisal district sent to me, and they're not, they're so far out there. I hope they were protesting a little bit too, asking for a review. Anyway, I'm just trying to figure out why my property value went up so high, and then also in lieu of all of the boo-boos, I guess I should say, we found, you know, the old property and then the problems we've had with it. Just asking for the review board to respectfully consider this particular property and adjust the appraisal fairly in relation to what my next door neighbors are paying, and additionally considering the actual property value issues that were discovered after we purchased it. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
You'll have more time later.
Might not be.
Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Ms. Harvey, how did you pick your comps?
I went to the appraisal district website, and it has a property search. And I downloaded everything on my street and the street behind Cherry Hill. And
So you just did it by location.
yes,
You didn't, okay, that's fine. I'm just curious.
and then I also looked at the information that was sent to me, the comps that were sent to me, and I included them. I don't know if they're all on here or not, but there was a point where I just couldn't do any more number crunching on a spreadsheet.
Yeah, right. So one of the things that's really difficult with comps like this, when you're looking at this percentage increase, there is within there's no weighing out of depreciation in there. You're comparing things, but when we look at that data, we don't know if one of those homes in there is 20 years older than one of the other
Well, I
homes.
did put the year that it was built. in
Right,
here.
but you didn't adjust for it. So that just, sometimes it's hard to compare. That's just data points, but then what do those data points mean exactly? I'm not 100% sure because I don't know. Nothing's adjusted there. That's just straight data. That's just this went up this percentage, this went up this percentage. Why? I don't know. I'll tell you why yours went up more. It's because of the transaction. It's the sale. It's the attention that happens when something sells. So if you lean back a little bit, then that light won't be so it's in your face. Okay. What I'm getting at is if you go get a home loan, they're going to hire an appraiser. That appraiser is going to use recent market sales to tell you how much you can get a loan. That's what's relevant. Every year, it's going to be the same way. What is relevant is the newest sales. That's how the market tells us what's going on. And if someone told you that your house next door to you sold for $200,000, so your house is worth maybe $220,000, and you said, okay, well, when did it sell? And they said 2015. You might walk back in your front door and go, that guy didn't know what he's talking about. That was 6 or 7 years ago, 6 years ago. But if someone said, oh, it sold last month, you might go, man, that sure sounds low for this neighborhood. Why? So the attention is with the recent sales. So we paid attention to your sale. We adjusted your home accordingly for that data. That's the answer why. It's always going to be, you can pull the data you pull, find the percent increase, and kind of bet a paycheck every time and say, which one has the highest percent increase? I bet that one sold this year. And you'd almost be right every time. And the fee appraisers are doing the same thing. Every comp that they pull is going to be something that sold within the last so many months. That's where all the attention is at. On our sales grid, it was sales and market value. This home's in the country club, this home sold. So that on the sales grid, that's comp number one is sold in September of 2020, 288, 950. Then there's a sale, comp number two on Henderson, a little bit smaller house, different street, sold for 265, both class fives. That one comps out for 291. Then there's one on trailer, sold in 2020. A little bit smaller house, sold for 269. One on Oak Tree, that's the fourth comp, is also a 5. A little bit smaller house, sold for 245. There's a median value there of 290, and then equity gives a median value of 302. And it's going to comp 5s in that general area, and give you a higher value, 302. So both of them support our market value. Just so that I can make sure I understand, when you guys bought, the damage, you guys didn't know about any of this damage.
That's correct.
Just didn't know. I mean, obviously, it sounds like a silly question, but sometimes people actually do buy a house and know about the damage. They're just like, oh, they just think it's still a good deal.
No, I would never have tackled termites.
But you guys had termites. I kind of figured you didn't know. You didn't know the air conditioner thing. Of course, that always seems like every other person that buys a house replaces the AC down here in the first year. I get it. It's going to be up. So when did y'all find out? Bought in September, found out in.
We started suspecting the air conditioner probably about the first year. January we were in COVID. I mean, we were
How about
sick.
the termites?
We actually discovered them. It's right around freeze time.
I don't remember when that was. Is that
February.
Like February.
February?
Yeah, yeah, right around that
Okay,
time.
fair enough. So you made it across 2021, into 2021, and then not too long into that year, boom, termites
Yeah.
presented themselves.
Yeah.
And then since then, there's just been termite.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to get a timeline there. That's all I have.
All right, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal, so I'll give you 4 minutes.
You said 3110 trailer was one of those comps, is
Okay.
that right? And it's property 31146? Yeah, right there. Okay, and the information I was finding online was that not the same as this? Information of 269.
That is correct, ma'am. The only thing difference between what you presented and what I presented is I presented the comp with adjustments.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I don't have all of that
You
information.
should
I know
not-
there's a
You
lot.
should not be able to do that.
Okay.
Nobody does that.
Okay, I'm going just by what's on the
Yes, ma'am.
website, so, it just, that one caught my eye, because that's significantly different.
Yes.
I really don't know what else to say, other than I use the material, the resources I had. You obviously have a lot more resources, than we could access, so, we just feel like that was, and also if it's based on the sale price, even the sale price was exceeded in the 2021 appraisal significantly. So how did we go from August 31st to January, August 31st sale price to January with that much of an increase? And that would be my question to you. And I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Oh, Ray.
Ray.
The answer to that question is what I was telling you earlier. It's that it's fresh, like it's fresh data. The appraisal district gets the data when it's listed. So we see the photos, we're able to know, I didn't look, but maybe we felt like we weren't quite exactly right on the class of the home. We weren't exactly right on the effective age of the home, and we adjust. So, and that's kind of my point, is if you think about it, your data, along with everybody else's data, is what creates the market. You're just a little piece of it. You bought for X amount of dollars. Of course, you found out afterwards you had problems you wouldn't have paid for, but I'm just saying, you and everybody else that bought it, they pay and create the market, the increase in the market, or the decrease in the market. So the appraisal district is watching all of that stuff. We spend months of our lives watching that data. Why is somebody doing this? Why is somebody paying that? What is it that we don't understand? We can't have $250,000 on a house that sells for $300,000. We can't be $38,000 wrong. That's not going to, that doesn't work. Then the appraisal, we start falling apart here. If our data is that bad. So we're constantly correcting our data.
My turn.
It's still your turn. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I understand that there's a lot of factors that go into it. I've worked for taxing entities my entire career, federal government, local government, school district. So I know kind of the process. And I do believe, I think we both believe that everyone has to pitch in to support, our local governments, our state and national government. But I also believe everybody should pay their fair share, and it shouldn't be one person paying 22% more, than another. I think if the values have actually increased, then it should be leveled across the board, not just singled out. And I understand you got a lot of state law you've got to deal with trying to get to these numbers. And I appreciate what you do, but it's not a perfect science. And I feel like, what's happened to us is not ordinary, and that value is too high.
Ray, you got 2 minutes if you want it for rebuttal. Okay. We'll go to closing. You got 1 minute. Any final thoughts or anything that you
No.
want to tell us?
No, I think you covered it.
Yeah, I appreciate your time and your consideration.
That's my sentiments in that.
Okay. Right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we're all good. I leave it to you guys to sort of discern what to do with the
I would like to add that I admire you people giving us your personal time to come and do this.
Thank you.
I think it's,
288, 950 is the sale price.
Yeah.
It's $28,000 worth of termite damage. You take that off, it's 269.50.
Termite damage is actually
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. There existed. Find it.
Yeah, it was there for sure.
Oh, for sure.
At the very least, the equity grid
Are you still in that situation now?
$10,000 roughly.
The pictures I showed you when we
Which would bring
started,
it close
so I
to
would
the sale
contact
price.
my insurance company, because we still don't have
28
resolution or anything
for termite.
with the insurance
It's
company.
260.
We are within the last, I think Thursday, a gentleman's coming to finish up trim work, so I can have my house back.
Without getting into the 260.
260
So you're taking,
termite.
sales price minus
Sales price minus the termite.
So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-1959, account number 31177. When considering incorrect appraised market value, the appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 value from $299,890 to $260,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 260.
thank you.
very much. We appreciate it.
Good luck with your termite.
I got, hopefully you'll find this funny. You know, there's only 3 kinds of houses in Texas. Those that have had termites, those that have termites, and those that will have termites. You probably heard.
I'll tell you what, every time they fly in the neighborhood, I'm calling in a nuclear strike. Call my bug guy and say,
I was amazed at the amount of damage that a little bug can do.
Yeah, very destructive.
It's the street.
well, and we have heard about the light, and we make an effort to turn off the light.
Yeah, but it's not just your light, the street light, you live in a real well-lit neighborhood. I mean, that's good, and
Mother's Day to Father's Day is the general rule.
Well, yes.
Mother's Day to Father's
Well,
Day, you turn off all your porch lights and
If I was at the computer this morning, they were coming in around my window, scenes and lighting them, and it was too dark to go out and spray. But it was just that light in the window that was attracting me. So everyone beware, spraying poisons, because I don't know anything else to kill them. Do you need this? Or anything else?
Yes, I'm gonna meet you out there. Case number 1171 is next. It's an in-person. Donald Mikalakunis, I believe. Verify that.
It won't be right now today.
So 1171.
Page 1.
5-1.
what did she say? 1171?
Yes.
Five to one.
I know, it's not great. You see Blake scoring goal?
Yeah. Yeah.
The penalty box.
Yeah, he's a badass.
He's tough.
Some pretty
I
fierce.
held in there till they went
Did they
3-1.
quit before the end of the game?
Sorry?
Did they quit before the end of the game? The other team? So I was watching it from the porch, and I was looking back in the living room, all of a sudden it was over, and they had 2 minutes left. Did they play the?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, they played the whole game.
They did.
I left it when they got 3-1. When they got the third goal in the third period, I said they got it. Okay.
You're gonna send people.
Yeah, there was a double power play
I'll show you where.
that
Come on in.
Tampa didn't
This is
capitalize on.
Don Miculahunas.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning. You're gonna be sitting right over there. You decide that, and the chairman will ask you.
We have some administrative to go through before we get started. Neither the matter.
All right.
I'll go through the script. We'll break it down. Near the end, I'll ask a few questions. We're opening a hearing on case ID 21-1171, account 24954. This hearing is being recorded. Robert?
Q2 is under appeal.
Q2 only,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Right? Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. The board is around this table. Ray is the appraisal district representative. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created that documents the result, and you will also include instructions as to what you can do if you don't agree with our answer. And that comes out in snail mail, so it will be a couple of weeks before you get it.
Okay. But I'll know your decision.
Yeah.
When you walk out.
You'll know our decision. You just won't have the instructions for appeal. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Have you turned in all of your evidence?
I have, there's some, by voice, I will say that it was not in hard copy.
Okay, that's fine. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Don McLean, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you. Ray?
I, Ray Preston, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Don, do you hold the appraiser's license?
No, I do not.
The sheet of paper right over here on the table has the hearing procedure that we'll be following. And you get to choose whether you go first or whether the district goes first.
Okay. I guess I'll decide to go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you all for seeing me. My name is Don McLean. I'm the owner of 4 Luau Lane. I think that my discussion is going to focus on 2 fundamental areas. Number 1 is the assessment with regards to the property, and then secondarily, the comparables with regards to that assessment. If we go to page 3 of the presentation, what we see here is I've put on the top of the presentation items on the left-hand side, which were new, discovered after purchase, and items on the right-hand side that are just sticking my craw with regards to associated with the house, and it's being classified as a class 6 house. Of course, what I'm talking about here is I've come to the review board not the review board, but I've come to the appraisal district a few times in the last couple of years saying it should be classified as a 5 versus a 6. In terms of the major items associated with it, after purchase, we discovered that there was sinking on the second floor in the dining room. Part of the contributing factor to that turned out to be, in terms of analysis, was a misalignment of the load-bearing wall and the joist over the garage. That was undiscovered during the inspection because the dining room table was over where the sinking was. Secondarily, in fact, there was a failure on a beam on the southwest corner of the house where the master bedroom is over. That was undiscovered as well. The southwest side of the house was sinking by about an inch and a half as a result of that. The siding that's used on the house is a T111, which is pretty standard plywood siding, but it was failed from an install point of view in 2 areas, and there's pictures of all of this in the backup. It is part of the siding was installed and not, because it's plywood, it was not painted. They put trim around the windows and then painted the house. That caused failure in terms of the siding. Secondarily, where the siding was attached, the siding was butted together. There was rust. If you want to look at that, there was rust associated with on the siding, right, and that cannot be replaced because the siding was put together with T-flange in between, rusting. What you normally see in all the buildings is they don't put a T-flange there. Either the top is offset, or in fact there's a beam that goes across the differentiation the top to the bottom, and it's caulked like crazy, so there's no water in between. Those were identified in terms of failures. The next thing with regards to the T111 discovered after Harvey is we discovered there's portions of the wall where there's no vapor barrier, right? And that now I had an understanding as to why there was a lot of humidity with regards to the house, that I needed 3 humidifiers. And then finally, so those are 4 areas that we identified after purchase of the house. And then last year, when I went to replace the boat lift, because my boat lift's not running, I found that in fact there was a failure in terms of the bulkhead, right? The inspection report identified that the bulkhead was good. In the backup, you see what you see is a letter here's a letter I sent to the inspector complaining about the failure in terms of the floor and the beam. In the inspection report, it says the bulkhead is okay, but you see I have a diver report in the backup, and a diver report and 2 estimates with regards to replacing the bulkhead. It can't be capped because there already was a cap on it, so it needs a complete new bulkhead before I'm even get my boat lift operational. In terms of items that stick in my craw with regards to this, so those are the major items. Other minor items that I would not associate with a 6S home, right, are not major, but in total they add up. The fact that the laundry room is in the garage, the fact that there's 2 major steps going inside the house that are either 9 or 10 inches versus standard 8. There's pictures in the back where in terms of the downstairs bedroom, I have to have cable in terms of for cable TV, rather than having the house slide up with cable and appropriate outlets. So I've got cable along the wall, we have cable down there. And then finally, in terms of the overall aesthetics of the house, between the back steps and the bulkhead, it's 2.5 feet, right, drop. And you can see that in terms of there's a 2.5 feet drop from the back steps to where the bulkhead is. No, that's the only patio like that's built in Key Largo. Everyone else who knows what they're doing has them stacked and then staired going down, not that level of drop. So from an overall concept point of view, taking all these things and approach in aggregate, I'm saying it looks like this is it's still a good home. Don't get me wrong, right? I still like them, but it's not what I would call a very good quality home, which is what you classify in terms of 6. If we go back up to the pages, I've identified.
Okay, I gotta stop you there. You have more time
Okay.
later to talk.
All right.
So Ray, then you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Don, I was scrolling through your paperwork there. Was it right? Is it right that your opinion value is 715?
Yes.
That's your opinion value. Okay.
That's using the methodology, says the medium of the three I picked. So those are the three I picked.
Right, gotcha. Okay, let's go to the appraisal district's evidence. And this house is on Luau, number 4 Luau on Keel Lake Road. As the owner said, it's a 6 SS minus. The sales grid is not anything we have to look at. We just need to go to equity. It's a Q2 protest. Let's see how we're doing with equity. The median equity value is 778, and we're comping a 6 SS minus with almost the same square footage on Blue Heron. Comping a 6 SS minus with a little bit more square footage on Bahama. And one on Bay Shore that's a 6 SS minus with a little bit less square footage. Coming out to 778, 400. The classification is opinion. 6 SS minus versus a 5 SS plus. The opinion on what class it is not up for protest. The value is up for protest. So the opinion that goes into the appraisal district software and then calculates these numbers is held by the appraisal district, and those decisions are made by appraisal district employees who are licensed appraisers and so on. I would like to look at this on Picto. I just want to make sure that I don't disagree with the 6 SS minus class. Let's go take a look. Go ahead and just go around it. Did you go to the front? Okay. Yeah, I guess the only other thing for me to look at then would be what is the effective age here? Yeah, no, I'm good with the class and the effective age. I think the subject owner talked about bulkhead stuff. And I never know what to do with bulkhead repair values as they relate to the value on the market. They're complicated, so we'll just keep moving along here. I'm done.
Okay. All right, Donald, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes on the time.
Sorry, 2 minutes for cross-examination?
And then 2 minutes for rebuttal. So four minutes.
Okay, 4 minutes. Well, then I think I'll take it with regards to, in terms of cross-examination. I think, given the aspect that you just looked at it from the pictures point of view, I think in terms of identified, in terms of major undiscovered, right, after acquisition, are really get to the heart of the quality house. There's four homes on the street that are classified as 6, right? This one was built in 1983. The next one was built in 2010, right? So my perspective with regards to this is it doesn't come close to that standard. In terms of the comps that you chose, right? I have issue with regards to the comps that you chose, right? I have issue in that the 2 comps that you chose are single story homes, right? We take a look at in terms of comparables. What I submitted were 2 comparables that were on the street, right? But you, in terms of the original build with regard to those 2 homes, they were built a single story home. On Luau Lane, there's only 1 property that's a single story home. If we take a look at the streets, you did other comparisons on Blue Heron, there's 0. On Bahama, there is 3, and 2 of those single story homes are the ones that are at the end of a channel. So they're lengthy ones at the end of the channel. In total of the streets that you had picked, of the 6 submissions, 3 of them were sales and 3 of these compares, there was 107 homes, of which, right, 7 right, are single-story homes. So that's roughly 6.5% from a community perspective, all right? Where, and in this case, 66% of your comparisons are single-story homes. Now, there is a place for single-story homes in Key Allegro. Don't get me wrong. If we look at Bayshore, which is one of your examples, if I go driving down Bayshore, on the west-hand side of Bayshore, there's 43 homes, one of which is a single-story home. On the east side of Bayshore, there are 21 homes, of which 15 are single-story homes. Right? That says there's a specific place, a specific purpose with regards to single-story homes. And in Bayshore specifically, it has to do with, right, how they're placed, avoiding the wind with regards to Campano and so on. So I think fundamentally comparing it to, given the number of homes of 500 or 600, comparing it to 67% single-story is inappropriate. Not only it's inappropriate because of the community, it's inappropriate in terms of where they're placed. I think it's also inappropriate because when we're comparing a two-story home with all of the decking and covered patios and so on, a lot of that by definition goes away with the single story home. Also, the disposition and usage of square footage in the house goes away, right? On single story, although single story homes, as the county does do, is rated at a higher price per cost per square foot because it's more expensive to build, right? But also from a square footage point of view, dual story homes generally lose about 100 square foot, right, as compared to single story home because of the stairwell and so on. You don't do that comparison, right, on a detail. So I think in relationship to this compare, right, I much rather prefer some of the examples you picked in the sales, right, with regards to this, in that at least they were at least I had issues with those, but at least they were two-story comparable homes as compared to these two. In the examples that I submitted, right, there were two very good homes, even on level, built in the same year, roughly the same space, 2-car garages, large enough lots, and pools, right? That says to me, right, they were more appropriate rather than single story. So I just think single story is inappropriate.
Okay. You got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So the equity grid, if you look at comp number 1, it says that it has an MA and an MAS, which means it has a MA main floor that's above, that would be considered like an MA2 in most cases, but it's larger than the below floor.
Which one? The 14 Bahamas.
Yeah.
That was built late. That was built later, but right above the garage.
I'm just, okay.
Yeah.
So you've got MA, MAS on the subject. This comp has MA, MAS. The next comp has MA, MAS, none. But it has MA2 here. It's got 2 floors. It's not.
That was added later.
It's got 2 floors. It's not a single story home. The whole argument about the single story home comps versus the 2-story home comps. I don't know that we arrive anywhere. I don't know where we arrive with that. Both of those comps, the last comp, if you go to the last comp, it is on Bayshore. It is definitely a single story home. There's no doubt.
Right. And if you look at pictures down later on, that's your slide set. Yeah. If you look at pictures of my material, you see on the back, and even in terms of this compare, it has a beautiful beach associated with it.
Okay, hold on. My point is, I want to make sure everybody understands, we didn't comp 2 single-story homes and 1 2-story home. We comped 2 2-story homes and 1 single-story home. And this argument about that the comps are not good because of the single-story, 2-story thing, I don't buy it. I don't think that that's a destruction of comps in any way.
On a single story home, you'll make
you're still going to make an adjustment,
adjustment.
but he made a very valid point in that if you do comps like that and all that value is wrapped up in 1 story, then the price per square foot comp, it does create a problem. But that's not being done here. What he's saying does create a problem, but it's not being done in this case.
Okay, Donald, you have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts?
Well, I think in closing, right, I think at least in the package, don't have enough time, but at least in the package, there's enough information in terms of the significant undiscovered with regards to the property. So significant enough that all of them are large dollar values in terms of trying to put back to normal or fundamentally repair. I understand the issue with regard to bulkheads. That's another one that I think everyone is facing along those lines. So I think all of those areas combined are not taken into account whatsoever in relationship, as they may not be, because the appraisal board is not necessarily aware of them all, but they're not taken into account in terms of this appraisal. All right, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Ray, you got a minute to close if you need it.
Yeah, just real quick, the bulkhead thing. Here's my basic thought on this bulkhead thing, is most people, not everybody, but most people that I talk to in Keel Agro say that they need, and a lot of them have a quote for that they have a need for a new bulkhead. The odd thing that we can't figure out here is, I don't know how many sales were in Keel Agro this year. Let's say there was 50, I don't know.
103.
103. That's a heck of a lot of sales still transacting. So are we saying that all 103 things sold and none of them needed a bulkhead? The only things that didn't sell were homes that needed a bulkhead. That's the weird part, is I can't figure out, I'm telling you, I can't figure out how a bulkhead mess up equates to a deficient or a reduced market value. I don't see it. I just don't see it. And we would adjust if we could see it.
Okay. So now it's our 5 minutes.
The bulkhead notwithstanding, do you have a tally for the interior structural changes that have to be made to bring it up to?
Well,
you had individual charts.
yes, I put a post, to fundamentally do that, I'd have to move a wall and create a new wall in the middle of the garage.
Mhm.
Right, I put a post in the middle of the garage, but they'd have to do a wall in the middle of the garage, right, for the internal.
How much is that?
And that would probably be, I don't know, probably about $10,000 or something, $8,000 to $10,000 based on what it cost me to change some of that color.
When did you purchase the home?
July 2016.
So these problems have surfaced, obviously, since you bought it, and you weren't aware of any of them when you purchased it.
Well, for example, the one on the right, with regard to all of the rust was identified in the inspection report, right? But was thought to be easy to repair, but then they came back and says, no, this is T111 out of their siding, so you'd have to remove the whole sheets, which could cause damage, and in fact, they'd have to then replace the whole wall, right, associated with that. So what we just did is a mitigation with regard to the rust and painted over it, because I'm not going to go through that expense, right? With regard to, and there's pictures of it, with regards to the siding that was covered, not painted, but then covered with a trim for the windows, we just stopped the window work associated with that, because that would lead to basically the same thing in effect. If you go down a page or two, yeah, there, you see where it started to do some windows. You can't tell in this picture, but if I go to the original, all of this, it's closed, but there's normally a trim around here. None of this was painted, which caused all the rust. And that's trim that goes around all the windows in terms of the house. So I've got no idea whether that exists in other areas of the house or not, but I should stop with regards to the window.
What was the 715 number? Sorry, I didn't.
So
That's his estimate.
Yeah,
That's his estimate, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know if that was I didn't know if that was an offer that was made. Or...
No.
Okay.
That was me looking at three comparables, the medium of three comparables. And I think one was like a 707, 715, and 750 or something.
Got it. I wrote it down earlier and I didn't know what it tabbed to.
Ray, in discussing the rating on the house, you're saying that we can't do anything about that.
Yeah, when you look at a protest is for market value.
Right.
So class, like you guys can disagree with us, but us changing class based on a hearing is a bad practice. It's a bad practice. You can just tell us, hey, I think you're wrong. That's your prerogative.
I do think it's wrong. I think that the internal issues that, I mean, the house is lovely from the outside, there's no question about it. It's a great location. He has some interior structural problems, don't show up. So I think the rating probably is a little high on that house.
Yeah, I'd like to see just what the dollar effect is of modifying it, just see what that comes out to. If it were class.
You should do that for them, Jackie. You should modify the house down a half class from 6SS minus to 5SS plus.
I would actually go 5SS.
That's whatever they want to see, yeah.
5SS,
5SS?
5SS.
Let's just see what the effect is.
Let's just see. See what happens.
So 183.9,
How much?
183.
It's going to change all the contributory values, so show them the market value. Because it has an impact on everything on there.
693.
Brings the improvement to 309 from 390.
So how much was that?
Market value, Jackie. What's the market value change?
693 even.
From
774 to 90.
What was the previous years?
Previous year was 717.
717.
No, I'm talking about some improvements.
No, that's,
333.
that goes a little too far. for me.
Yeah.
I would go with the 717.
Well, while we're doing this, show them the 5SS plus.
Okay.
$722.50.
And then now put everything back, please.
I think 7.2 is good. And I agree with changing it to the
Okay.
5SS plus.
So if we go 722 based on this, then that incorporates the
Any other cost?
issues in that.
Right.
Okay,
So that would be the total value.
I can live with that.
22 even?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we have,
It's okay though. Right?
what is,
Two.
yeah, what is it
290?
exactly?
It was 722.050.
0.50.
722.
Okay. All right, we good with that?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1171. When looking, considering Q2, the appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 774,290 to 722,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
722.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, Doc.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice
Good job.
presentation. Nice.
Good pitch.
Can I ask the information that you had on the 5SS and 6SS characteristics?
Yes, came from this building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's our classification guy.
Have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'll walk you out. Our next case is 123.
Quick little break.
This is a closed hearing. Well, where's the touch
You
on?
left one of these here last night.
Oh, did?
This is closed hearing. We'll tell Charlie. He's gotta make sure he knows.
Let's go.
I ate one of those yesterday too.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
They're delicious.
What?
Those York peppermint.
Oh,
patties.
yes, I know. We have stickers over here if you want any, so, just so you know. You wanna close that?
Well, Charlie will put us into a closed hearing, and then when he does, we'll close that.
And mute it, okay.
But we'll let him do it for the record. You want to keep the owner out of here until he does that, so that they don't end up on camera?
I don't think they're worried about being on camera. It's just the information
The
they're gonna
information?
produce.
Okay.
But I'll ask.
Yeah. Just a little bit. This is the Beverly White?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, case 123. She is here in person.
You never know, like I've been so used to it being a judge or a police officer or a game warden or something. But one time I was talking with someone, and it was a divorcee who couldn't let her husband
Know where she was.
know where she lived.
Oh.
So that really
123,
heightened my
there's a
sense
request
of-
for a closed hearing.
This,
Yes, I think it's the same condominiums that the other one was closed on.
It is, yeah, Labor North, that's right.
So I'll check with her, and if she's, I believe it's with the information she's presenting that's confidential.
you
So
here?
she is here in person.
Well,
Okay.
which one do you have to close it? Because people could see her information, right? Maybe,
Oh, yeah, we'll definitely.
Yeah.
Would you like to do it where I bring her back and then you close the hearing? Or
If she doesn't want to be on TV, I'll close it.
beforehand?
before-
I'll check with her.
Okay.
That's all right.
So it's 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Top of page 1. Owner can see the appraisal. Another.
Your table where you sit will be behind the store to the right. Yes. This is Beverly White.
That's right, Beverly.
You close it.
Yes, if I can.
Pursuant to,
A closed
Yeah.
joint request. It has to do with confidential information. I thought this would be a good time for me to address the board. There's two distinctions. One has to do with the confidential person, in which we would read that some document into the record, close, like turn everything, like not off, but turn it to where people can't see. And the person would actually come in and actually, like the whole thing is like, you would never see, like nobody from the public would ever see the person. This one is confidential information, in which the person enters the room. This is read into the record, and then they can present their information. Okay, so there's,
Okay.
I just thought that was important for me to make that distinction. Thank you, Ms. White.
Pursuant to tax code 41.66D-1, we will be going into a closed door session. for this hearing. Shut it down. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
On the top of
we're,
page two.
Aransas County Appraisal Review Board is coming out of closed session. Back to, public session.
Mic turned on.
Yes, it's been.
Okay.
Mhm.
She was very sneaky.
This,
I'm having issues with, I'm gonna have to sign out and sign back in.
Yeah, go ahead, you're all right.
mm,
60869.
Killed everything and brought it back up. Maybe that'll work.
maybe. Can you say some more?
He is going to visit the restaurant.
I thought you said it was.
I'm kind of scared.
We've heard that several times.
Only when you have your witness.
Right
We've
now,
got-
the plexus thing.
2 on the 10 o'clock that I know of, but there might have been some phone-ins. But
I woke up this
I've got
morning and didn't
people
want
in
to
the
come to
lobby.
work. So I didn't help.
2 in the lobby, and I'll check on if there's been any phone-ins. And on the one after this, we have 2 people that will be participating. One person is here just to observe. They are employed by the company that they're representing. So I was thinking, I might have, I suggest you sit over there.
Yeah.
Is that this page?
No, it's the one after.
Have the observer sit over there.
Okay.
This is Christopher Scott.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, it's, I don't know how long it's gonna drag on, but it's hard to believe it's almost 4 years.
Can you not?
I understand.
I'm just moving out of my line of sight.
What I would do. Beth and I say we can't come in here alone. We have to have someone with us to keep us out of those candy bowls.
Well, I ate one of those peppermint patties yesterday, Val.
By the way, thank you for the peppermint.
You're welcome.
Christopher?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have some administrative to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. I'll go through the script and toward the end I'll ask you a few questions.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1352. Account 60869.
Mhm.
Okay. This hearing is being recorded.
Q1 incorrect appraised market value. Protest.
Who stepped up?
We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We're the board, and Ray will be here to represent the appraisal. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created that documents what was the result of the hearing. It will also give you instructions as to what you can do if you don't agree with it. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. You have turned in all your evidence. Very good. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and is signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Captain Cochran, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. That's your cue.
I, Christopher Scott, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
I, Ray Preston, do solemnly swear from this testimony I shall present to the review board is true and correct.
Ray, this is a Q1.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Do you wish to hold a treasurer's license in the state of Texas?
No.
Okay. There should be a sheet of paper on your desk. There's not. That gives the procedure that we'll follow throughout the hearing. And you get to choose whether you speak first or whether the district speaks first.
Okay.
Which would you like to do?
I guess the restrictions.
Okay.
Market value is under contract here, Q1. Property is in Pocono Ridge. Yes, Pocono Ridge. That's already, is that right, Kathy?
Yes, that's it.
So it's 72 Pocono Ridge Road, which is early on in the Pocono Ridge subdivision. I think that's kind of. Yeah. Oh, you know the evidence. Go ahead. Yeah, so property card here, we have a 2021 value of 736,450. The next item on here is the crypto, which we've already looked at, and then here's the sales rate. Comp number 1 is the subject, 72 Pocono Ridge Road. There could be an error here. We thought that the subject sold for 798, but now we believe that it sold for 845. But our grid reflects the sales value of 798. The next comp here is sold in December on Coconut Ridge, further down the road for 650. It's a slightly smaller house, maybe a little bit older, but all of that's pretty close. Sold for 650, comps out to 783. And then 66B, Coconut Ridge Road, this was pretty close. Sold for 583. It's a little bit smaller, not quite the same class, not a little bit inferior. 10 years ago, or earlier than the build date of the subject. Comes out to 714. And then comp 4, sold for 590. It is a little bit bigger than the possible that it's on the lake. I believe it's on the canal side. versus being on the A side. So for 590 comes out to 772. That's it for market value. Gives an indicated value of 778. So a couple of things about that would be, let's say that we were right, that we thought that it sold for 798. All we can prove is that it's 778. But we already noticed them at 736. So we're not even at 778. We're, $40,000 under what the median value. It's possible that it sold for 845, which would mean that we're over $100,000 underneath the purchase price at 736. All these comps are properly adjusted. All these comps are actually excellent comps. They're all in Coconut Ridge. They're all about $500,000 purchases. So, yeah, I think it's our opinion that 736 on the market value is perfectly fine. That's all I have.
Okay. So Christopher, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination to ask him any questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation. 7 minutes here.
In these home sales comps, is like personal property that was part of the sale factored into these comps?
Only if it was disclosed and only if it was in the closing statement.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Got anything else for presentation?
Oh, I do have something.
Okay, go ahead.
So I provided, I believe it should be available, appraisal that we had done in October 20th, 2020. At that time, when we were purchasing the home, the appraisal came in at, I think it was $650. If you look at the evidence that was provided by the county, I know there was those comps, but the home in particular that I was going to zero in on is part of the additional information that's on 74 Coconut Ridge Road, which is the home directly next to the home that we purchased. And we had actually looked at that home, so we have a pretty good sense of what the equivalent home is going to be what it was like. And on 74 Coconut Ridge, it indicates that it sold for $535. So what between the appraisal coming in at $650, the home next to ours, which is very similar to it, coming at $535, we felt that, in addition to it, when we did the purchase, a significant amount of personal property in the form of furniture and artwork was a part of that transaction, which did make the price higher because of all the furniture and artwork that was going along with it. But the actual real estate itself was much more closer to the home next to ours. Now, I do think our home that we purchased is more than the one next to ours because that one needed a pier to be replaced, which we had scoped out, I think, around $60,000, which is the one that we had purchased was had the pier done. The other thing that makes it a little bit more in value than the home next to it is that there's a pool there. So I think that's probably adding about $120,000 to the home that sold next to us for $535. So I think there should be a consideration for the home next to it being significantly less than the $700,000 and $800,000 homes that were showed as comps, and that is more in line with the between $500,000 and $600,000 homes evidenced by the appraisal done. And the fact that in the sales price there was a significant amount of furniture and artwork that was part of that transaction.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Ray, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So you've got a fee appraisal here. Fee appraisal done for the bank, I guess for the loan. So if they comp the house out at $650. If they comp the house, I'm wanting to go through this trying to understand this. They comp the house out at 650. What's the reason for paying 800,000 or 845?
Because we got furniture and artwork, that was part of the
$200,000 for it?
I would estimate it to be closer around $85,000 furniture and artwork.
Well, then that would put us pretty close to our price. 736. I mean, that's what we kind of, we didn't value it at 845 or even at 798, we valued you at 736. It's almost like in our discussion here, it's almost as if the belongings are already being factored in by the appraisal district, although they're not, the personal property. But it's like we are, because we're at 736. We can't prove 798. We certainly can't prove 845. We can't get there. We changed the value of all the Coconut Ridge based on this data. Again, if the appraisal was for 650, when we pay 845, but there's not $200,000 in there, there's only about $85,000 of stuff. And we've noticed you at 736, not 798 or 845. This seems like we're spot on.
That's assuming that it's sold at
I'll assume that it sold at 798. I'm okay with 798. I'm good with that because we didn't climb over it. We're still underneath that by $50-something thousand, right? So
I was thinking it would be close to that 700-ish range, not that it would be 650. I do think that it's increased in value since that time.
Yeah. I mean, the appraisal was done in what, September?
It was October, end of October.
End of October. Yeah, I understand the price next door. We're just using more of Coconut Ridge, not just the place next door. So even in your sale, we're applying your your purchase to all of Coconut Ridge, trying to understand Coconut Ridge as a neighborhood.
I was just looking at like the home next door and then the second comp on 66 Route 583. Just saying that, well, I think it's just a little more like those homes and a little bit less like some of the higher end homes up there.
Yeah. I don't really need any more thing. If I'm on my time, Robert, I'm okay.
Okay. All right, Christopher, you had 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it, otherwise we're going to close. You good? Okay. Mike, got a minute to close? All right.
Yeah, 736, I'm sticking with that number. I don't see anything going wrong here. I think that even if you were to sell it today for the real property value of 650,000, and you were to add the $85,000 stuff inside of it, ironically, you would actually arrive at our number. So, which was not on purpose, it's just a thing that happened to happen. We're not at 798, we're starting at 945. That's it.
Okay. All right, you got a minute to close. Any final thoughts?
Well, I don't think that personal property that came along with it, the house factored into it. So I think it's close to 700,000, close to 737.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any reason to change this.
No.
The sales bid obviously supports that. 40,000.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-1352. When considering Q1 or account number 60869, when considering Q1 the incorrect appraised market value, that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of $736,450.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, we're done.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Is that it for 8:30?
That was it for 8:30.
I think there was a 10.
Yeah, there are a couple of times that-
Sounds like it. Oh. Yeah.
No, I didn't look at my rain gauge. I drove out the house and drove down the street today in front of my house.
Strange the effect of when we have rain, California has a drought and heat wave, then in 3 or 4 years from now, California is going to get rain. And then we're going to be in the middle of a drought. There's like this
Kind of does that.
pull and tug thing going on every
Yeah.
year.
You don't get the fire.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, they need,
We burn our brush.
yeah.
I tell you, they need to. Serious right now.
Yeah. I said Phoenix, I was listening to the Wall Street Journal news thing this morning.
Yeah.
On the way to work and Seattle was 114. Yesterday, yeah, it was hotter
They
than
had-
Phoenix.
When they did the Olympic trial, in Eugene, they canceled the session on Sunday, started at 8:30 in the evening.
That's like
They
us
said that-
canceling school because of cold weather. They're canceling.
They said the temperature on the field was 150.
I saw that.
A friend in Seattle doesn't have air conditioning in their house. And they posted the picture of electronic thermostat.
What is it?
It is, account number 62666.
Okay. Thank you.
Boy, she was good.
Really?
Oh,
Well, they're not used to it. But we're not used to it.
Oh,
Check it into a hotel.
So that brings up all the things, and you can just swipe them up to,
Get rid of it.
yeah, and then the docs thing is on the utilities.
What's in the utility?
what are you doing, Jack?
62660,
Right.
937.
Of course.
That would have been your fifth guess.
Now, this is interesting, back to 1352. So I can back up from there.
Well, try hitting it in the upper left.
Whoops.
Yeah, plus in the upper left. You can use that arrow sometimes to back up. Whatever. You can't necessarily explain why the difference between that and that arrow.
Oh, right. I've got one. Yeah. 10 of them.
And Dr. Sounds like you're gonna have to do this too.
What pages is it on? I saw it earlier.
No,
and
it's
then-
here, it's on the top.
Page
Three.
three.
Middle of page 3.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll,
Larry?
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So you'll be right over there, and then you'll come sit, and you can move this chair around where you want to over this area.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Still morning, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Feels like it.
This is Elizabeth Vella and Jennifer Mata. Hello, and they are here on behalf of James Wayne Properties.
Okay.
And what is your name? Laura. Laura is observing. She's also the same group.
We are all employees of Mr. Wayne.
Okay. We have the appropriate documentation.
Yes, we have a letter. They are listed as agents.
Okay.
We are
we
actually
have-
officers.
Okay. We have 7 minutes trivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. I'll go through the script and toward the end, I'll have some questions for you.
Yes, sir.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-937, account 62660. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, the incorrect appraised market
Right?
Q1.
Q1. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The review board is at this table. Ray is the appraisal district representative. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pted.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created that spells out what happened, what the result was of the hearing. And it will also give you instructions as to what you can do if you choose to appeal that. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Has all of your evidence been turned in to be scanned in?
Yes, sir.
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest. I, Charles Morris, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Next to the chair.
I, Elizabeth Bella, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony also presented to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, Jennifer Mata, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you. Right.
I'm very pressing this on, swear from the testimony.
Do any of you hold a appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
No. Okay. There's a sheet of paper on the table. I hope. There is now.
Just be a souvenir.
It must be.
Quite a souvenir.
They have to take legs and walk. This is the procedure we use throughout the hearing. And you get to choose whether you speak first or whether Ray speaks first for the district.
Ray, you can go first.
But quick question to start off with.
For Sorry, the light was in my eyes. Scared me. Sorry.
First question is, do we have the possibility of bypassing all of this? Do we agree with the previous year?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
Do we have the possibility of bypassing all of this? We agree at the previous year. Yeah. No, 2.2 something. 2.5.
Last year.
Last year. I know that we can't agree with this year's value.
No.
But last year, the question is, do we agree at last year's
2.293.
2.293.
I guess that would be a no.
value? That's fine.
We're going
You don't
to,
have to apologize. We love doing this. It's okay.
We don't.
Let me jump into this. Okay, so this is the property on Bay Shore.
yes, sir.
It's a Q1 property. Let's scroll past this. Go back up, Jackie. Right there. So this property, Q1 means that we're going to talk about market value, not equity. This property was for sale, right?
Yes, sir.
And then there were some things that happened and it was relisted at 1.9 at
Yes,
some
sir.
point. And we obviously have 2 something on it, 2.5. So there's an issue with it. It was relisted, I think, based on there was problems. Relisted at a different number. Maybe there was problems and needed construction, right?
Is it okay to?
I'm asking you. It's okay.
No,
No.
I would say no, sir. The problems that we had to do with contractors.
Okay.
Their quality of work.
Sure. Okay. So that's great. Last year was a 2.293. Go ahead, Jack. This year we sent a notice at 2.5. This is a good house. This is the highest class house we have in our system. Not this one alone. This represents the highest class. 7 SP plus, which there's probably I'm going to guess 20, 25 of them in the entire county. We don't have a class of house higher than this. There's no extra anything going on here at 7 SP plus 2005. We are removing value right here, which is 4 up. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're removing value for something considered utility attached. There's some kind of utility room in this place that we're removing. Well, that's an old title, but that could be on the second floor. But there's some room in this house that we've been told at some time had some kind of problem. So we're pulling value out of it to the tune of 15%. Other than that, everything on here is just, except for there is 80 square feet of this house at a lower class. I don't really know what that represents. Go to the sales grid. All right, so comp number 1, Bay Shore, sold for 1.7 million. It's a 7 ST plus. It's about 400 square feet smaller than the subject. Sold for 1.7 million, January 4, 2021. Comp number 2 sold for 1.669. It's on Curlew. Sold in December of 2020. 7 ST plus, about 600 square feet bigger. When those adjust out, they adjust out at 2.2 and 2.5. Go to the next comp. Comp number 3 is also on Bay Shore, August 2020, sold for 1.482. A little bit larger, not quite as good. It's on the other side of the road. It's a neat house though. Comp side at 2.3. The reason that I asked the subject property owners or representatives if they would settle at the previous year's value was not just a shot in the dark. It's this number right here. You can see that all we can prove is 2.3. I think their last year's value was almost 2.3. So I just thought, it's a several $1 million house there's no way we're gonna squabble over $20,000, $30,000 or something like that, you know, it's, so that's what we say, is that essentially what the appraisal district is saying is 2.5 is wrong, 2.3 is where this value should be. You know, just for reference, $1 million homes Aransas County has $1 million homes now. We were able to produce a grid of $3 million sales in Keel-Agro alone. That's not normal. That's really not normal for us to be able to do that. It's an expensive community. That's it.
Okay. All right, so you have 2 minutes for cross-examination to ask any questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation. I'll give you 7 minutes on time.
I don't have any cross-examination. Our situation is that we noticed the increased value had to do with the 1.7 of improvements. We've never done any type of improvements on 1802 Bay Shore. We were just replacing and repairing from the 3 years that everybody in the whole Rockport area has tried to recoup from Harvey itself. We did have an issue with some contractors that were not with the quality of work as the house was first structured. So we believe that it's lost a little bit of value. But we are kind of concerned as well as when you come around that corner coming into Keel-Agro, we have a vacant lot that has been vacant. And there's nothing that's being done to it. There's no cleaning up, there's no beautifying. And we were actually informed from Mrs. Wayne that she makes it, that the bullhead, their bullhead has never been structurally repaired, and it brings in quite a bit of water, more so than usual, where it comes up higher, it just kind of sits there. We've had some few swimming pool issues. We could not, Mr. Wayne purchased this house in 2014 for 2.1. At that time, it was appraised at 1.7 by your organization, the CAD. But we find that we had it on the market for the 2.2, but we had no bites. There was absolutely nobody that would be interested in it. And you were very 100% correct. Keel-Agro is gorgeous. There's nothing wrong with this house other than the economic status of, I think, all of the coastline system, everything that we've gone through. Jim, do you want to add anything?
Next door doesn't give the house looks great. It has something there, somebody would actually take care of that lot. It doesn't give it any value.
We would just like to, for the board to just reconsider it and maybe bring it down just a little bit. You know, we would gladly, if it's the decision of y'all to end up leaving it at the 2.2, we would gladly accept it. You know, $46,000 in property taxes is a lot better than anything over $55,000. But some of the comps that I ended up pulling, I ended up seeing that, you know, like this 1900 Bay Shore that they're selling at 1.54. Y'all have it as a what? That one. See it, y'all have it at 840,000 appraised. That's a and it's a Keel-Agro home. The other one that I showed was at the Blue Heron. There was one in here that was actually recently purchased, and it did have $500,000 worth of improvements done. And I can definitely see where it would bring up the value to the home at that time. But ours was just trying to put it back together. Because it is a gorgeous home. We would love to live there. We wouldn't be able to afford it.
Let me make one quick point, just to
bit of a misnomer when they say improvements. That does not mean stuff that was added since the last year. Or whatever. Improvements are anything that's not property. And so it's not land. So the value of the house, the total value of the house is all lumped together in this one category they call improvements. It's not indicative of saying that you made a bunch of repairs or you didn't make a bunch of repairs. Go towards the word improvements. And that the reason I bring this up is just because you noted in several places where on these comps that you presented, the owners made changes. They added stuff, they improved things, they fixed things, whatever.
Yes,
And that's all encapsulated in the value of the house, and the value of everything except the land. Does that make sense?
No.
I'm sorry, maybe you have a better way to
Yeah,
say it.
I mean, and I'm more for learning.
Yeah, so
For-
the state, do I have time? Am I going to-
Yeah, you got
Let's put me in my.
And maybe it's not appropriate to talk about
I'm in my time.
Well, it's still their time.
Let's put, I'll talk in my, that
Okay.
way I'm using actual time.
Anything else then?
No.
Okay.
Just a better understanding of.
Yeah, the
Okay,
wording
so
that
you got-
the wording that we're all forced to use is wording that was given by lawyers. So there's a property tax tax code book. It looks something like this, and it's a bunch of legal terms. And they've chosen to tell us what property is, what's real and what's not. And improvement is a word that's used to something on the ground. You've improved the ground by doing something. Putting a house on it, putting a shed on it. You could put a shed on it, and that's an improvement. 10 years from now, it's still called an improvement. It doesn't mean that you improved it. It's just an improvement that's there. And in fact, this property is an example of this. We didn't monkey with your property. We didn't change things in your property and say, oh my goodness, they did work. What we did was we adjusted your property with the whole neighborhood. So your improvement value went up, not based on anything you did, but just on sales going up. That's how appraisal districts work. So all of this stuff in here is all cost value. How much it costs to hire someone and build a house. But if market doesn't sell at cost, market sells at what the market is, what people will pay. This is how you arrive at market. You multiply the cost, that is the cost schedule, times the number, saying that's what something's worth. Sometimes when you do that, on a 4,300 square foot home, or 4,500 square foot home, you end up being hundreds of thousands of dollars wrong. Because this 1.25 worked on a 2,000 square foot home. But when you multiply it times 5,000 square feet or whatever this is, you get off $200,000, which is what our grid says we are. We're literally off more than $200,000 on the house. We should have noticed you at 2.31. We noticed you at 2.54. This number works on 90% of the properties, but it doesn't work on your place. It doesn't work on the 7 SP plus. That's 4,500 square feet. It's multiplying an extra percentage times a very large number. It's an extremely nice house. And we all know that.
Yeah.
We all would live there.
Yes.
We all unfortunately have jobs where we get to talk about nice houses.
Yes, right.
I get it.
Okay, is that it, Ray?
That's it.
Okay,
Thanks, Ray.
Yep.
so if you need it, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal for what Ray said. Then we'll go to closing.
There's no real rebuttal other than the number doesn't work.
So Ray, you have 1 minute for closing?
Okay.
Okay. Any final thoughts from you? You have 1 minute for final thoughts.
Other than we're at your mercy. Just because of the pandemic, economic, we realized that the divorce is now. And, yes, we're just at your mercy. We consider the value
Okay.
because it is a very much.
2.311.
I might go back to last year just because that's what they offered.
They didn't sell.
No, I know. Okay. I'm fine
The
with
price
two.
that they offered was.
What did you offer,
Hospital
right?
guy,
Last
whatever
year.
the previous year's like.
You know, I was trying to bypass
It
these
is,
things.
we did it, tell them, Jim, that we would agree to the last year's value. Yeah, when we submitted that paperwork, for them to, grant us,
Yeah.
Whatever it is. We told them that we would last year's value, marketing.
oh, thank you, my old age here.
I'm really going 2.31.
That's what the median, that's what the median value.
Yeah. I'm not gonna quibble too much, but since the district did offer the 2,293, basically, going back.
Where are you at?
Yeah.
I'd hate to go back and say, well, we were off 2.9, but we didn't choose to take that. And so we had to settle with 2.3, which I really not very much. It's a couple of $1,000. I'm at 2.293, 580.
That's basically why I'm last year. I'm sorry.
You're right. It might go back to the Boston.
Wait, yeah, put mercy on that.
I'm not that focused.
Roll back to last year. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-937, account number 62660, when considering incorrect appraised market value Q1. That we roll the 2021 value, appraised value back to the 2020 value of $2,293,500.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you so much, gentlemen and lady.
The next case is 1620 in person.
Have a good day.
Hey,
Nice to see you.
Does Mr. Wayne own the golden chicken? Is that the
Yes.
same? Yeah, okay.
And I was stopping by there because where I am, there are no lunatic. Y'all have a good day.
1620.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Keep up with it.
Yeah, but they had bushes chicken.
Top of page 4, 1620. Oh, come on. Pictometry's not. Or results.
You gave it your best shot, Ray.
Yeah, I know. I was like, hey, let's move. Let's solve this.
Yeah,
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
I've never had somebody use the improvement thing too.
This is Michael Bloom.
Hi, sir. How you doing?
Morning, Michael.
Hi.
I believe that's it.
This is case 1620.
Okay, Michael. If we have some administrative to go through before we get down to the meat of the matter. I'll go through the script and I'll ask a few questions toward the end. Okay? We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1620, account 63693. This hearing is being recorded.
Okay, Q1 and Q2.
Got it? Greg?
Yeah, you want to do
Thank you. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. The board is at the table. Ray is the appraisal district representative. Okay. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communicate@cba.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-rb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created that shows the result of the hearing. It will also give you information on how you can appeal further if you disagree with our ruling.
Okay.
In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Has all of your evidence been given to the young ladies to scan in? Okay, good. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Mr. Bloom, if you go ahead and read that statement.
I, Michael Bloom, do solemnly swear or confirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
I think that's the solemnly swear.
Mr. Plum, do you have a appraiser's license in the state of Texas? No. On the table, I hope, is a sheet of paper that shows the hearing time. The hearing
Right above
procedure,
your tablet.
right above your tablet. There you go. That one. It shows how the hearing will proceed with it. Then you get to choose whether you speak first or the district, Ray speaks first.
Y'all can speak first.
Okay, great.
I have a couple of questions before I jump in to this thing. Michael, do you live in this house? Or you build homes, right, and sell them? I've seen you doing this stuff, right? Or, is it for sale or is it?
Oh, that was not for sale. As
Of this moment or anything like that? Okay. Because you're building the one that's on Fulton Beach Road?
Yeah, that was for one of my terms.
Kind of into Henderson or what is that, trailer? Yeah. Okay, then one more question then. Do you have an opinion of value? I've looked through your evidence. I haven't seen, I'm curious if you have an opinion.
Just trying to get how the unit costs are arrived at on the different properties that y'all presented to me.
Okay.
No, I just don't understand the abbreviation of it.
Okay, fair enough. Jack, can you pull up the property card in the evidence? So we can maybe address some of that. This is the house on Water Street. The garage in the back off of Austin and then Water Street. You're all right, Jack. Okay. Bring it up like midway. We don't need to see it. Right there. Down a little bit. I'm not that tall. The other down.
Oh, yeah.
All right. The way that it's being derived, the value is the passenger house is 6, which is good home. 4 is average. 5 is above average. 6 is good home. 7 is excellent. So we're saying the quality of your home is good home. And then it's spitting out a cost value. 433. This is just cost schedule. Grabbing all these different things, a swimming pool, a garage, a porch, just grabbing all this stuff and it's saying $433,000. And then it is multiplying that number times 1.46. This is a neighborhood adjustment for self-reference. So we're multiplying 1.46 times 433, giving you $632,000 improvement value.
Okay.
And a portion of that is based on location, neighborhood, a big portion of it in this case, because you have 0% depreciation. It's a brand new house. So you don't have anything helping the value come down. Everything is pushing the value up. Q1 and Q2 were under protest. We can go straight to the grids here. This house is on Water Street. There are not a lot of Water Street sales. It's not a ton. So that you're going to see comps that we pulled off of face. One of the comp number one's off of face. It's a 7SS, a little bit smaller, quite a bit smaller home, and it comps out at 976. Then there's a cell on Water Street that's 1,400 feet smaller and less class. Comps out at 779. Comp number 3 is on Bay Shore, 6FB. It's 1,200 square feet smaller. Comps out at 926, and that's where the median value is. It's picking the 926 out of those 3 comps. So let's go to equity. Let's see where equity is comp from. So equity is comp from Water Street. So Water Street, 666, 3,400, 3,500, 3,400. Values up there are 928 and 1,060. Giving values down here of 949, 959. Go ahead. Water Street, 66, the next 3, 3,400, 3,200, 3,500, 929, and 926. So in the equity grid, when we only use Water Street, we're at 939. In the sales grid, we are having to pull in Key Allegro to comp this thing, and using the Bay Shore attribute and the Water Street attribute to get a value of 926. That's it.
Okay, Michael, you have then 2 minutes to ask him questions for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
I had a question for you on the GA. Is that stand for garage?
Garage attached. Okay. As opposed to garage under, like if you had a second.
Okay, if we go back up, show the comp you had, if we go one more up to the next one.
Equity?
Yeah, like here, what else?
That one, you were at the right one, Jack.
Yeah, like there it has the garage and it says none, and then it gives it a 55,000.
Right, it's right here, because it's a garage under. So the software is just so literal. It just says garage, there's not one, and then down here it says this one doesn't have one, and then subtracts the value. So it adds it here and then subtracts the value down there.
Okay. And then as far as the what is the dock?
That house there in Keel Lake Row has a dock in the back on the canal. It has some kind of dock.
Okay. See, like we're in on Water Street, we don't have waterfront easement, so we're not really on the water
Per se, yeah,
per se.
it's different, for sure.
You know, so the valuation I didn't think was correct.
Yeah, I wish we had all comps on Water Street, I do. They're not there though. There's just not very many home sales on Water Street.
Right. Doesn't have the value of the lot shouldn't be the, I think, it'd be the same as one that has that waterfront easement. Bigger improvements across the street. Because there's that one on Water Street that has the improvements that have the garage. It's on the very first, it's comp number 2, page 1. That one there has the waterfront improvements and the easement that goes with that lot.
Oh, it has a pier.
Yeah.
So you're saying,
Right.
right. And this particular lot doesn't have waterfront use property at all.
I shouldn't have waterfront. No.
So go back to Picto, Jeff, so that we can just be clear. What you're saying is this right here is not owned by you?
It's not owned.
Okay, so you don't have any of this ownership. That one comp did, obviously.
Right.
Here. So they had their waterfront lease. So somebody else owns 17814.
Right.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Ray, you might explain the adjustments for adding and subtracting.
Yeah, it's being taken out, Mr. Flynn, like the land value, it's being removed here because this land is better. It's being added here because this land is better. So it's making all of these adjustments to try to prove what would happen if this thing sold and it was like this instead of being what it had. So it's adding and subtracting. If it's better, it's taking the value off. If it's worse, it's putting value on. That's how a comp is derived.
It's just, the actual pier, $150.
I don't know. I had to see that pier. Hopefully, there's not really a pier there. Hopefully, that's what is happening with that. It's just like poles or something. Yeah, piers and poles are insignificant value. We don't really have a good way of figuring out that value. Piers are not insurable, so they're a bit of a gamble. But they're great. You have one.
Okay, you still got 3 minutes if you need anything else.
Questions? What do I have to do? Do my presentation?
Yes, you got 3 minutes to make your presentation.
Then what I have is the, if you go back to the unit cost, if you have at the beginning of the page. Okay, under the main area, I've put in the packet that I've submitted. Is the actual footprint of the downstairs.
Okay.
Somehow they, I don't know if they added back in one of the figures. But the downstairs, if you calculate the square footage of that has come up to the 2992 in there. Unless I'm missing something wrong with that.
What is the square footage?
That square footage should be somewhere around 25. 2536.
How's that measured, Ray? You go from outside wall? Outside
Yeah,
wall?
The outside perimeter, if you took the outside perimeter, you roughly take your 38 by 93. It's a rectangular house.
Yeah, it is for sure.
Right. I don't have a calculator, but if you take the 38 by 93,
Okay.
35, 34.
then you subtract that 1,008 foot for the garage.
Okay, 1,008 for that number.
25, 26.
What do we have, guys? On that, we have 2992, and we do have 1,008 in the garage.
Yeah.
You think that's accurate?
Yeah, it should be. I mean, I don't have the calculator. Garage space is this wall here.
Okay.
Split in half.
This is what we have. This is what we have. I'll show up here.
We have, I can barely read that, Jackie.
We have, so 70,
How far wide did you say it was?
38 foot wide.
So
we have 40.
That's one. You think it's, you're pretty sure it's 38?
Yeah, right.
I mean,
Right.
38.
There you go, look, there you go, sorry.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a square footage discrepancy here. That needs to be correct.
Right.
We want the square footage to be right. We're not gonna get an argument here.
Yeah, the other dimension.
So what we would probably do is go back to his drawing. Does this drawing happen to say? it? Is it, sometimes they just give the square footage.
No.
It doesn't? No. So the 30, it's 38 right here, by the way, that says 38, right there, 38.
Yeah.
They go up to the,
You go up and measure,
go to the other side of the plan, there, the 93, see it towards the middle.
yeah, I want to do this. I'll let
Right
you,
here?
Jackie, hold on. I want you to minimize. So I can see it. Okay. So it's 38, and then 93 takes us to the front of the house to all the way back here. Is there one that takes us to here?
We have different offsets.
Well, what I would do is do 103. What's 103 minus 24? Will take us to right here. So what's 79 times 38?
3,002.
I think you wanted to go 93.
Oh, my bad. This thing's not, yeah, you're right. You're right. It's 93 minus
Minus that.
24.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Times
38.
2622.
That's the number. Well,
I think the 2526, if that
25,
garage is
26
correct.
is right, because it's accounting for this. Yeah, we were at like 2,600.
Yeah.
That's doable.
25,
He's probably spot on. Yeah, that sounds exactly right. Just from looking at, because the garage is in the perfect rectangle, it does this.
Right.
So, yeah.
You want to
That's it.
change it?
So we're gonna subtract that.
Well, we can do that. Yeah, Jackie, if you
let's
want
do
to
that.
just force that number in.
Your
Tell Jackie the number.
It's 2526. And the width would go from 40 to 38. Sharp.
Something is open.
Just minimize until you get to it. Probably just the top like that. Minimize that. Minimize it.
Where is it?
Go to files. No, or close that.
Yeah.
Just close that over there.
I think I'm doing that. I'll just put it in the A or
Uh-huh.
there it goes.
And then 25, 26.
Here.
Yep. And tell them the new, that's fine.
$867.20.
We'll come back to that. So Ray, you have 4 minutes. 2 minutes. You don't need it? Okay. If you need it, Michael, you have 2 more minutes for.
The other thing I had was on the photographs I gave you.
Okay.
It's in reference to the property line control. at 907 South Water Street is, comparing the unit cost of the two houses, where you can see the house next door has higher ceilings on both levels. And the porches have all the railing. And you have a full height 10-foot ceiling upstairs. Where ours, is all maintained within the height line of the house, which is actually a story and a half design for the cost savings on that. And here we're calculating at the same unit cost as the house next door, which is a full height, 2-story ceiling downstairs, 12-foot, and 10-foot upstairs.
You say the same unit cost.
If you multiply those unit costs out on the different square footages that this plan has.
Okay.
It's gonna be the same as mine. Which entails, I couldn't, if I did mine, it would cost a heck of a lot more to do the 12-foot and full height upstairs levels. The price per unit here is not equal.
I don't know that they adjust for volume versus single story versus second story, Or
More of a question for the
yeah.
How do you do that, Ray?
What is that?
Huh?
As far as the property next door, I really need to.
No, I mean adjusting for different height.
We don't do anything, because we don't know what's inside the house. So there's no adjustment, we don't even adjust for that.
Just in terms of height,
We
I
wouldn't
think I
know-
agree
We
with you.
wouldn't know if someone had a 9-foot ceiling or 16-foot ceiling. We would never know. We only find out if something.
I hear.
Yeah, we try not to be nosy at all. That's not a good practice for us. Too close.
All right, so Ray, you got a minute to close if you need it.
I think I'm good. I don't really have all that to say about it.
Okay. Michael, you got
The
a
only
minute?
thing left I had on the property next door that you're referencing is from 2020 to 2021, his lot valuation only went up 33,000. On my piece of property, it went up 66.
Exact same size lot.
It's not the exact same size lot, but valuation wise.
Yeah.
His lot is one that does have the actual waterfront. But
We should take a look at that in the card. For equity. Yeah. Our time will be in 20 seconds.
Based on the valley.
Mhm.
Right. The other considerations and.
Okay. I'm good with that.
I don't have the exact number.
Page
67.
6702.
Okay. You okay with it, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So on case ID 2021-1620, count number 63693, when considering incorrect Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, equity value. I move that we reduce the 2021 value from appraised value from 939,240 to 867,020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Michael.
Okay.
You got it. Text.
That's it?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Flow.
Okay.
Thank you, have a good day.
Okay, thanks.
The next case is 1620. It's gonna be a phone.
That's what we just did.
We did 1620.
There's one that says phone, it's 220, it's case 2075,
That was. Needs an affidavit.
but I think that's been, I think we've received.
Okay. Not 1265?
Oh, there is a one, never mind, you're right.
What's the number again? You said it the one we just did.
Oh, I did, I was holding it. I'm sorry, 1265. Matthew John.
Page 3.
Bless you.
This is the last one for the morning.
Page 3 at the bottom.
You didn't even notice it.
No.
All right. It'll be Matthew Johnson.
What is this, man?
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Pretty good. We have some administrivia to go through before we get into the meat of the matter.
Okay.
Just follow along. I have some questions toward the end of the script. We're going to open a hearing on case ID 2021-1265, account 49576. This hearing is being recorded.
And protest is Q1 and Q2.
Okay, thank you. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. Nancy, do we have all of your evidence?
I would assume so.
Okay. You turned it in.
I turned it in, yeah.
Okay, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I will communicate with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Matt, I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you.
All right, President, you solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to you, the people is true and correct.
Matthew, do you hold a appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
I do not.
Do you have available to you the hearing procedure times chart?
I do.
Excellent. That's how we'll manage the hearing. Do you want to speak first, or would you want the district to speak first?
The district can speak first.
Okay, right?
So we have a property on Blue Heron. It's that longhouse that's on Blue Heron. Not be familiar with it. Takes up some space. Blue Heron, let's see here. So Jackie, you can go ahead and go to the property part actually. I want to show everybody something.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Hold on. What happened?
So something on the property card. Matthew, can you hear me okay?
You're a little quiet, but I can hear you.
I'm moving closer.
Hear you okay?
If you look at your evidence, we sent you evidence, right?
I have that here.
All right, if you look at the property card, which is just a card that it has a drawing of your house. If you look down in the improvement information section, you'll see a bunch of headings. You know, it'll say effective year, bill, unit price. One of the things it'll say is function, FUNC, and you'll notice a 70% there. So what that is that's us removing value from your house in a permanent type of way. In other words, your value would be 30% higher on the improvement if we weren't doing that, which would have been like another $100,000. So we would have noticed you at 1.4 instead of 1.3. We're doing that because there's some uniqueness to your house with square footage and lot size and everything that we're not real sure how to handle. It's a big home on a lot of land on an interior part of Keel Lake Road. There's a uniqueness to it there. Furthermore, I would add, we're probably underclassing your home at 4. And it's because we're doing everything we can to not overvalue your house. Doesn't seem like it, I know, but we actually are, to the point of having our data being a little bit incorrect. If you were to compare, someone could beat us up in Keel Lake Road if they used your house as a comp against what we're doing with their house, the 70% and the 4 FB. Jack, you go to the grids. So a sales grid for this area is going to give a value of 1.416, comping sell on Curlew, 4-4. One of the things you'll notice right away is that this house has 6,000 square feet. So the first comp we use has 2,200. The next comp we use has 2,300, but they're both class 4s. And then now we're going to get into some larger stuff, 4,000 square feet, 3,000 square feet. But one of the things you'll notice is the class skyrockets into class 7 homes. So there's not a way for us to really comp this thing and make everybody happy. Because if we comp to the square footage, we're going to have a class increase. But if we comp to the class, we're going to have a square footage decrease. Median value is 1.416. Go to the equity grid here and let's see what we did. So the equity grid, the appraiser decided to try to stick with square footage. So you can see we're copying a 4 to a 6 and a 4 to a 7, but the square footage is similar, giving a median value of 1.367. Go to the next comps. Again, 6,000, 4,000 something. Then that last one is a 4 to 3,500 square feet, giving a median equity value down there at 1.3. So at this point, the appraisal district's opinion is 1.346. And we've removed 30% of value in the form of a function because we don't believe the house, we're trying to keep it from getting too high based on its 6,000 square feet. So I think forever, this house will have coding in the account to try to deal with its uniqueness. And we know that the uniqueness doesn't represent a uniqueness towards increased market value because the subject owner bought the house in 19 for less than. So the uniqueness of the house doesn't appear to inflate the market value.
Okay. So Matthew, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination. You want to ask Ray questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, I don't have any questions other than ongoing, the evidence I submitted was the purchase price. And last year, I had this same discussion with the county and we agreed to 900,000 rather than, then I was as close as we could get to the sale price. And given that we have been able to complete some of the improvements, or not improvements, just bringing it up to livable standards, that I'm looking to keep the value at the 900,000 based on the sale price of regular open market sale.
Okay, anything else?
That's all I have.
Okay. Ray, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
No cross-examine. Well, maybe a little bit. I guess let me ask this. One of the statements that you made was make livable. 6,000 square feet. Oh yeah. One of the statements that you made was make livable. So I think it would be appropriate to ask on January 1st, was there a portion of this house that was not livable?
Yes.
What do we got? What do we got, Mr. Johnson? What's going on the first of the year with the house?
Well, we bought the house in 2019, and without going into a whole bunch of details, the contractor dragged out the project, and the bank wouldn't, even though the bank was the one that set up the contract, three-way contract, they said they don't get in the middle of homeowners and contractors. So we had no recourse except for to wait out the 18-month contract with the banks until we could default, or he would default on the project. And so he took our money and ran. And so we've been doing the construction ourselves and paying it for it a second time. So that contract with him and the bank was up in April of 21. So for 2 years, we've been kind of waiting that out. As far as livable, there were no sinks, toilets, countertops, showers. None of the plumbing fixtures were in. There was no stoves, hot water. So, I mean, if we don't have a kitchen, I would say that was the biggest non-livable.
Matthew, right?
Yes.
So I want to get specific here. January 1, these details that you're bringing forward, they're January 1 of this year, right? We're not talking about 19, we're talking about January 1, 2021.
Correct.
So you've got 6,000 square feet. Is it the whole thing that's like this, or is it part of it? Help us understand.
Yeah, out of the entire house, there's none of the bathrooms, none of the kitchen. There's 2 kitchens, and neither of the kitchens were functional. Like I said, they had done pretty much the rough-in portion and some of the finish out, but they hadn't done anything for it as far as I don't know what you call it, not appliances or infrastructure, but like the plumbing, the water heaters, the toilets, there were, it was just holes in the floor.
You're living there?
Say it again?
You're living there while this is going on?
What? Well, like I said, in April.
January 1, were you living there January 1?
Yes. In January, I moved down here to try and get him to do things. And we've been staying in, since October, I've been coming back and forth down here, staying in our RV and hotels and trying to get him moving.
Okay.
And again, he didn't complete it, and we had to end up hiring people to do it ourselves.
Thank you, Matthew. I don't have anything else.
Okay. All right, Matthew, you have 2 minutes to tell us any further information about the house here. We're curious to know about the status, January 1, what was done, what wasn't.
Oh, there was a whole lot not done. I mean, they did replace there were portions that didn't have any drywall, and they did do that. They did put floors in, but the big things were the kitchens, the countertops weren't in, so you couldn't put the plumbing in. Actually, there was one shower in the bathroom that wasn't demoed, that was functional. So, like I said, he took off with all the money. The bank wouldn't step in, so we had to fund it, and I've been down here since December, actually, just at the end of December.
Are you able to live in the house now?
Yes, we've done quite a bit of work since then. It's amazing when you show up and stay on people that do the work and get it done.
Okay, all right. Anything else?
Matthew? Can I be a little more specific about what was done and what was not done? If I read a couple of sections of items that were potentially not done, will you tell me whether they were done or half done or not done at all?
Sure.
On
Sheetrock, on January 1.
1.
Sheetrock.
Sheetrock, I would say most of it, 95%, yes.
Doors, trim, and millwork.
Doors, trim, some of the doors, trim, I'd say 90%.
Okay. Painting.
I'd say 75%.
Range, showers, and mirrors.
0.
Plumbing fixtures.
0.
Electric.
80%. One of the air conditioning in the main house wasn't replaced. It had to be replaced. It was leaking carbon monoxide.
Okay.
And the panel had to be replaced. So there was a bit of electrical that needed to be done.
Okay. Carpet or other floor covering?
No carpet. There was about 1,500 square feet of floors that weren't done.
Percentage wise, how much? Take a guess.
25%?
Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay, sorry.
Hardware?
Hardware, I think
Yeah.
cabinets,
Yeah, cabinets, door pulls, that sort of thing.
zero.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Countertops, zero.
15. Yeah, let's make that 14, 15. I get 15%.
Okay, so construction then was about 85%.
Yeah.
That sounds really.
Yeah, he ran off with about 25-30%.
So do we, just a question to Ray, would you add that on top of some professional obsolescence?
I think so. In this case, the functional here is outside of that.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that at all.
Adding a 15% on.
None, yeah. I think the functional is not accounting for the construction. It's accounting for
Yeah.
the oddities.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, put it on complete, Jackie, at 85. Just see where that-
Well, and just to add on to that, we
1.29.
demanded from him back 33,000, but we've ended up spending probably closer to 100. And out of that, I would say 60,000 was stuff that he was supposed to do that ended up costing more.
What's it come out to be?
1.295640.
640. 1295640.
That's about $50,000 off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go back and go back to last year's price. Too far, someone do.
Well, yeah, I see, I don't even know how they arrived at last year's 67,000.
Yeah, but
It
we
was
have a
settled.
rationale for this.
Last year was settled, just a settled number, no calculation.
Yeah, this has a basis.
Yeah, I'm good with that number. The one,
295,640.
things have gone up greatly in Key Allegro since 19. That's given him,
I think it was, you're counting it at 85% complete on January 1.
Yes. And that's based on his calculation. And that's line for line.
Yeah, I'm struggling with all of that, but the majority of the value, majority of the appraisal value is land, 100%. They only have 341.
There's 3 lots.
Oh, I've done this out since the 80s. It's $1 million land, $340,000, 6,000 square foot house. 80% of that is like I said, like $200,000.
I think that's a good number.
Yeah.
1,295,640.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1265, account number 49576. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $1,346,650 down to $1,295,640.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Matthew, we're done.
All right, thank you very much for your time.
Welcome.
Okay, that concludes the 10 o'clock docket. So
We got people at 3, I think Mike said yesterday that they were.
they did. So we have a 1:30 docket. And when you're done with that, be done for the day, unless the letters are in. But
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's certified.
That's right. Right up there on the
What
wall.
do you need to be certified?
You didn't see it? You missed it?
There was a course, there was a course.
Oh, that works.
No, different, different I like it, yeah.
Oh, you did it.
Very expensive. They give you, when you pass, you get a special thing to throw you.
So at 1:30, you're gonna start early?
I may not be here.
Yeah, if you're not here when we leave, I'll leave the book with you.
Oh, no, I'll
Yeah.
be back. I'll be back.
Okay. Okay.
Root canal.
do you want to find the orders and the letters when you come back? No, this is Tom Troll.
Yes, it is. Craig
Oh,
Hughes.
oh,
Yeah, that's the
That's the
account.
owner.
Yes.
National Realty is the agent who's
Oh, it's an
handling the
agent.
account.
I'm gonna let him in.
Tom.
Okay,
Tom.
Tom Troll, Troll. And I'll go put him through on the telephone. If we're ready, I'll grab Ray.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know where I'm supposed to let him in. You want me to let him in? Yes?
Politically incorrect. Why does tell politically?
Carly,
What?
can we let him in?
Yeah, sure.
I'd never heard that.
At 14. You and I missed that.
Hello, we're here.
Tom?
Yes.
Tom, this is Charlie Powers with the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today?
I'm doing well, and you?
Oh, pretty good. We have some administrivia to go through before we get started on the meat of the matter. So
Okay.
just bear with me for while I go through a script, and I'll have some questions for you along the way.
All right.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1173, account 25045. This hearing is being recorded. Robert? What do we got?
Protests of Q1 and Q2.
Got it right?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District office or online at surveymonkey.com/survey/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you sent in all your evidence?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly.
It'll be for both accounts.
Okay. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person about case number 1173 or 1174 in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person for cases 1173 and 1174 in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, referring to cases 1173 and 1174.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F as it pertains to case numbers 2021-1173 and 2021-1174.
Yes.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I am not communicating with a person who is in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F in relation to case numbers 1173 and 1174.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Tom, I'm assuming that you're under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. You understand?
Yes.
Okay.
I requested this solemnly swear for the testimony that the appraisal review is true and correct. And this pertains to cases 1173 and 1174.
Tom, do you hold a Texas appraiser license?
I do, but I'm not appearing as an appraiser. I have not appraised the property in compliance with USPAP. I'm appearing as a licensed property tax consultant.
Okay, thank you. Do you have the access to, or do you have in your hand the hearing procedure times?
The hearing procedure times?
Yes, it's a one page and it's got.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, we're gonna follow that procedure throughout the hearing. And you get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first,
I'll let the district go first.
right?
Okay, this is for account 25045.
Yes,
And we are under protest for Q1 and Q2.
yes.
Incorrect appraised market value and appraised ratio exceed the median level of appraisal. So this is a property that's located on number 10 Edgewater.
You may have to stand up
You
here.
mean, I can do that.
This
Yeah.
thing is not very.
Hold on, no, I have to take that. Okay, so this is on number 10 Edgewater. It is a 6 FB plus, has an effective year of 2010, a build year of 2000. Last transacted in 2019, it looks like, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, 2019 for 1255500, 1.2 million. All righty, we'll go to the sales grid. Take a look here. So first cell is 62 Curlew, also a 6. Basically the same square footage, I mean a little bit shy, but same square footage. There's a land value adjustment. Comps out at 1.34. Next one is 19 Bahamas, sold for 1.1. September of 2020, higher class, lower square footage. Comps out at 1.25. It has a fairly large land adjustment going on there, about 1,300 square feet of difference. And then a sell on Bahama, 1.3 million in October of 20. 7 SS class, higher class, 200 square feet smaller, newer effective age, some adjustments are in there. Gives a value of 1.34. So our median value is 1.341. Go to equity. All right, so these are all 6s so far. 3,500, 3,600. Land value adjustments going on there for Luau and Curlew. They're smaller. They're about 3,000 square feet smaller on both of those. You can see that our median equity value doesn't get to 1,246. We go to 1,224. Next page. And Bimini, also a 6, nearly the same square footage. Newer house comes out to 1.24. So we're at 1.224. What is that? $20,000? Something like
16.
that. Okay. There you go. So that's where we're at. That's it.
Okay. So Tom, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, I just soon go to my presentation. And do you have the ability to give me the presentation authority? Or are you going to present it and I'm just going to go through it? I'm not sure how y'all.
No, we'll put it up on the screen. You talk to it.
Okay, that'll work. Well, go to slide number 2, which is really the 4th page.
Okay, got it.
You'll see that we have a comparison of last year and this year. The value increased almost 19% from last year. If you go to then the next slide, it shows you the location. this is in a subdivision with canal lots. Then the plat shows you the plat of the property. The aerial shows you the aerial view. And again, you can see it's on a canal.
Yep.
And then the street view of the subject property. So what we did was look for sales in the same subdivision, and we found 5 good sales, we think. On slide number 7, we show you the CAD parcel numbers, the addresses, the zip codes, the subdivision. We show you the information that we were able to glean from the MLS on the sales in terms of year built, storage, bedrooms, baths, half baths, covered parking, fireplace, pool or no pool. And we show you the date. All of these were 2020 sales after July. We show you the sales price. In this case, there were no seller concessions to the buyer. The home square footages, what we do is, at the very bottom, we subtract the CAD's land value from the sale price to get the improvement value. But in between there, we also look at the subject property's lot value, $587,980, divided by the size of the house, and that's $152.09 per square foot. So to make everything equal and appropriate in terms of adjusting the comparables to the subject property, you will see 3 lines above the bottom that we are going to make every sale, the land value of every sale equal to $152.09 per square foot of living area to equalize the impact of different land values, sizes, etc. So then we go to slide 8, which basically starts from the improvement value on the preceding slide. And we show you the improvement values per square foot after taking out the land at the CAD's level. And then we show you a comparison to the subject property in terms of quality, in terms of condition, and amenities. For example, our property has a pool, but only one of the sales had a pool. So we had to add money to each of the sales that didn't have a pool to make it equivalent to the subject. In terms of the condition, we looked at the listings, we looked at the pictures, we looked at the descriptions, and adjusted based on looking at the sales compared to each other, basically a paired analysis, coming up with the adjustments. And after adjustments, you can see there on the very bottom line that the range of values after adjustment and after adding back the land at the subject land value per square foot of improvements of $152.09, that the indicated value, total value per square foot times the subject size, indicates values for the subject of $947, $940, $978, $953, and $961. If you then look at the next slide, this simply summarizes those value indications, arrays them from highest to lowest, and the indicated median of the 5 sales after adjustment is $953,715, which is our 2021 requested value.
Okay. Yeah, out of time. Good timing. Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So in rebuttal, Jackie, if you could go back up to the first, not the first slide, but the first sales slide. I think that's it. Nope, that was it. The sales here are, sell prices here are comp number 1, 484,000, comp number 2, 677, comp number 3, 636, comp number 4, 890, comp number 5, 609. Square footages here range from, you've got 1, 2, 3 comps under 3,000 square feet, 1 at just over 3,000 square feet, 1 at 3,100. And we have a subject at 3,800. So in the dueling of comps, our comps are all over 3,500 square feet. Actually, they're all over 3,600 square feet. The subject is at 3,800 square feet. The subject property was bought in 2019 at 1.2 million, and all 3 of our comps reflect $1 million sales. So it would be my opinion that I prefer our comps over their comps. That's where I'm at.
Okay, is that it? Yep. Okay. So Tom, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yes, the first point I would make is that mice tend to sell for more per pound than elephants. So usually the smaller houses tend to have a higher price per square foot than a larger home. And so, and we have looked at those and used the smaller houses because these were what we could find in the same subdivision on the canals. We adjusted them for age, quality, condition, and amenities. So we feel confident. And we also think that the ability to separate land and improvements and then bring all of the sales to the subject level for the land value per square foot of improvements is a better methodology than just an overall adjustment for the sales.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay. Ray, if you want it or need it, you got a minute to close?
I don't need anything.
Okay. Tom, you got 1 minute to tell us any final thoughts?
Good.
Okay. All right. Well, it's our time then for deliberation.
I think the district's comps are better equated to the property than the protesters based on the sales of the properties that we looked at in comparison overall dollars. These were not. We do have a but I don't can't buy the protesters.
Yeah, he lost me when I took the lot value and divided by the square footage of the house. He would divide by the square footage of the lot. Anyway.
Well, the land did not go up. The land is the land. And it's the same from 2020. The house went up 103,500. I'd love to have heard something about the house that makes it not increased by 103,500. And the only way to do that is to disprove market value, sales.
We paid 1.2, somebody paid 1.225 million for it in 2019.
Correct.
So really, in the whole scheme of things, that's not gone up from that purchase price. In the market is indicating that those purchase prices from 2019, that level, have jumped dramatically. So I think if you would put a house on the market, it would be somewhere right in the range where it is.
I don't discount his analysis that quickly. I mean, boils down to the same kind of analysis that the district does here, just with slightly different twist on it, but he's still doing making these other properties equal when comparing them to the subject property.
The two, yeah, well, one of the things that I couldn't glean from his data was the quality levels of the houses.
Right.
And location.
The class.
That location is priceless.
How did you deal with the quality level?
We looked at the information in the listings, and for example, sale number 3 was the same as the subject. Sale number 1, however, was below average and in fair condition per the comments of the realtor. And so we had to adjust sale number 1 up substantially, like $60 a foot, and then $12 for the pool. If you look at sale number 2, it was basically average quality, so we adjusted it up, but it was in good condition based on the pictures, the descriptions. And then sales 4 and 5 were both good quality. They had been renovated, and they were in above average to good condition. The sale number 4 was same condition based on our analysis as the subject. Sale number 5 was in much better condition, had been had a lot of updates and renovations done to it per the MLS description.
If we were gonna dig into it, I'd probably look at the property cards on a couple of these. One today.
They're all substantially small.
That-
I mean, this house is 3,600 square feet. Yeah, 28, 3, 3, 29.
Did you use the same 1 through 7 class that the appraisal district uses, Tom?
No, we looked at these sales and compared them to each other, basically looking at a paired analysis, which is the recommended methodology for abstracting adjustments in the marketplace, and use the comps to each other to get these adjustments.
So if you were to put your house on the market, would you put it on the value that you should have it listed at now?
I have no reason not to do that, and candidly, until the district testified, I had no idea what this property had sold for. This is the first year we've had this house for this owner, so I had no idea what the district, whether it's accurate or not, what the purchase price was. So based on the comps, this is our opinion of the market value based on the market today.
I'm in favor of splitting the difference between the two. You have two people here who both did a competent job of analysis, and I feel as though we ought to split the difference between the two of them.
I'm with the district's methodology. What's your
He
number?
did a very nice job and all of that. but I don't-
1,099,927.
What is it?
1,099,927.
Less than last year's value.
And potentially less than what he paid for it. A lot less.
Somebody.
Yeah, somebody paid.
I'm telling you, I didn't think the land, 587, is undervalued. That's just my personal opinion as a realtor. That lot's worth more location is.
Well, can we just take a minute then and look, we'll pick a couple of these and actually square footage wise, square foots. Two-story. Yeah, that's fine.
It's the end of. It would be the same kind of location, black over.
We don't have any of the.
What do you want to see?
9 Curlew.
That's not at the end of it. That's on interior.
Okay, yeah.
That's the wrong one. You want to pick one on the corner, pick one on 2052 something. Pull that up.
What it own picked up?
Yeah, pick that.
What it said number again?
Let's see this one.
It's okay, I'll find it.
2562.
Yeah, pick up 25062.
Can't read that. This one down now.
Right here.
Very similar line.
Subject is believe here.
Okay, so what is
the value of, oh, did you pull that? Not that one.
two?
Sure, I mean,
Slightly
if that's
less.
where we need to be, 1, 2, 3, 4, 198.
That's fine.
His choice of comps, unfortunately, I can't compare the quality, even, you're talking about the MLS description, so that's, pretty. Exactly. Best things in sliced bread. But, I can't say it's correct or incorrect, right? But a lot of these are they're older. 1971, 1978, 1984. I don't know when they may have been updated without looking at the cards. And square footage wise, yeah, I know they're way smaller. Where was the square footage indicated? Is it somewhere in this?
It's the first part of this.
22.
Oh, there it is. It's on that first chart. Okay. So, those day, square foot, lot square foot.
Instead of those other lots.
Yeah, okay.
Square footage, but they're not the same location.
Yeah.
So is Blue Heron near this edge border? Yeah. Or Curlew? Well, and you had suggested 9 Curlew.
Yeah, but that's more toward the Bay Shore. That's towards the other end. That's way up in the canal. Yeah. This Edgewater address is on the end of the peninsula.
25044 or
Right
5675.
25044.
Yeah, I'm more
That's next
interested in what the house, the improvements are, not the lot per se. Location contributes to the improvement value.
That's 12 Edgewater. 1.9.
Well,
Yeah, goes up a lot. Of course, it could be a completely different house. It could be,
Can we look at the property card real quick?
So the lot.
12.
913.
Yeah, the lots, it's bigger.
3,900 square feet.
Bigger house, so
900 square feet.
1224 is a good number.
I think it's 124,199.
190, yeah. Go ahead and make a motion. Okay. I'm gonna make a motion here on case ID 2021-1173, account number 25045. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $1,246,360 to $1,224,190.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case closed. Moving on. Opening a hearing on case 2021-1174. Account 67122.
We have Q1 and Q2 under protest.
Okay. Tom, would you like to go first? Or do you want the district to go first?
I'll let the district go first.
Okay.
Tom, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to look at our evidence?
No, I did not get the evidence in time to look at it.
Okay, let me give you a heads up real quick here. We're gonna be in Old Cottage Beach on the Meadows property, William and Patricia. And the previous year value is 724. We noticed them at 853, but all we can prove is 720. Are you okay at 720?
Well, let me pull up my adjustment grid and see what we came up with. Hang on a second, if you would, please.
I'm offering to go lower than you are.
And you were.
He had 809.
Well, but
Well, I would be stupid not to say yes. And Mama may have raised a total fool, but not an idiot.
that's a good one.
Settlement statement, Ray?
No, don't make it, don't make it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're both good with that. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on property ID 2021, case ID 2021-1174, account number 67122, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 853,990 down to 720,830.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Tom,
Thank y'all, appreciate it.
we're done.
Have a good one.
Okay.
Bye.
I like that.
You think this conversation is gonna be with the owner? Oh, I did, I got 720.
Next one is, if I'm hearing it again, it's tax recourse. They're in Egypt.
Okay.
Don't have a name here. So I'm not sure who called in, but
Okay.
we'll do a swear in on all three.
Yeah.
When is it?
The first case would be 295, and it's account number 25113.
Page 4. At the bottom of page 4. Yes. Simple.
There's three.
So we got 295, where are the others?
296,
295, 296, and 1755, I think.
yeah.
We're gonna do 295 first, I think. And the last one you said, Ray, was
296, 1755
1755.
is the last one.
Okay.
Let me know when you want me to dive. I can run up too and see if Barbara has a name for me on who was talking to.
I think so,
Yeah,
I'm not seeing.
295, 296, and 1755.
I'm not seeing a protest form. The owner's affidavit of evidence says Q1, Q2. That's what's on the paper, but it's not online. It's A for what, affidavit?
There's a protest in here that is from an agent where it's just a,
Letter?
essentially there's a letter, yeah. So.
All properties we wish to protest uniform and equal appraisal as well as market value. Okay, so Q1, Q2, and Q2.
Okay.
Right.
Let's find out who's on the other end of the line.
It may be Mr. Hussein. Barbara was on the phone, so I cannot say for sure. Or that might be his person.
Good afternoon, tax record.
Good afternoon. This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board.
Hi there.
Who am I speaking to?
My name is Tina. How can I help you?
Well, we are supposed to have a representative of your organization, I guess, at a hearing.
Okay.
We're doing a hearing by phone for Aransas County.
All right, one moment, I'll connect you.
Thank you.
Is that what you're doing?
Hello?
Hi, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. Who am I speaking to?
My name is Hussein Ali. I could barely hear you.
Yes, this phone is not all that superb.
Oh, now I can hear you great.
Okay, so we're gonna do this, three accounts, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one will we be starting with?
Well, we'll be starting with, 295, case number 295, account 25113. But I have to go through some administrivia before we get there. So just bear with me. We'll get there. We're opening a hearing on 3 accounts. This hearing is being recorded.
At protest on all 3 accounts are Q1 and Q2.
Thank you. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Controller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. It's very important. Hussein, do we have all your evidence?
I believe so. I sent in the affidavit.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person about account 25113, 30277, or 15314 in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. This pertains to account numbers 25113, 30277, and 15314.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 4166F pertaining to accounts number 25113, 30277, 15314. Read the case number.
Yeah, either one, either one. I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F, including case number 295, 296, and 1755.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it pertains to account numbers 25113, 30277, and 15314.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Tom, I'm assuming that you're under oath as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
I, Ray Preston, do solemnly swear that the testimony correct? For account 25113, 30277, and 153.
Tom, do you hold or Hussein, do you hold a appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No, sir.
Okay, do you have the hearing procedure times page? It was one of the pages in the package that was sent you.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna follow that procedure throughout the hearing.
Okay.
Do you, we're going to start with account number 25113, case number 295. Do you have a, who would you like to go first, you or Ray, for the
You
district?
can go first.
Okay,
5 minutes?
5 minutes for your.
Not a problem. It won't take that long. So just taking a look at it, we believe the property is overassessed with market equity. We had our median equity coming in at $722,081 using 5 comps. Median sale is $723,127 using 2 comps. Of the 2 comparable sales presented, comp B is more similar in size and grade to subject and is located less than half a mile away at just $747,494. Owner's OPV is $722,000. With that being said, if you flip to what at the bottom is page 2, you will see the property appeal summary. Before that page is the account history. Last year's value was $702,000. This year it has jumped over $59,000. If you go to page 3, that's our market and equity. I mean, that's our equity analysis. We are using things from the neighborhood, similar grade, year built. Size is a variance. Also taking a look at the following page is the map, which states where those equity comps are located compared to the subject. If you flip that and get to page 6, where it says page 6 at the bottom, the market sales compared to property analysis. We have both these sales, one on 9th Sandpiper and one on 16 Pelican Drive. 1980 build, 1977 build. The size is a little different on A. That one's adjusting on the low end to 698, 76. On the high end, we're coming in 47 or 90. That property sale price was 606,400. And as you can see on the last page is the map of where the subject sits, and where comp A and B. We believe comp B is that one is 47. But owner's OPV is 720. Thank you very much.
Okay. Ray, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Let's just go into the presentation. Okay, hold on here a second. Oh, that's fine, go ahead.
Sorry, can't really see it.
That's okay.
Can we go back to the front?
Nope, no, we're good. Okay, we have a house on Curlew, 59 Curlew, 5FB. Effective year has been changed. Got a neighborhood adjustment. Everything else looks normal. Value 761. This neighborhood adjustment is new. We raised the subdivision this past year. Go ahead. That's where it's at, located out kind of towards the end of Curlew. Not quite to the end though. All right, so the first comp in here is the subject from 2019, sold for $830,000. We've never got there. We're well below that. We've been well below that. Not just that now, we were below it the previous years. Then there's this comp number 2 is 27 Nassau, $800,000 sale. About the same size, but a different class. Comp number 3 is same class, a little bit smaller, sold for $739. It's on Luau. And then comp number 4 on Riviera. A little higher class, a little smaller square footage. Pumps out to $733. Median value for comparables is $784. Still below $830,000. Go ahead. Equity. Median value is $761. We've got a 5, a 5, and a 5. 3,000 square feet, 3,000 square feet, 2,996 square feet. Bimini and Hooping Crane. Go ahead. And then Bayshore West, 5, 2,100 square feet. It's quite a bit smaller. And then 12 Hooping Crane is also a 5. Living area is 3,449. All of this comes out to 761. 919, we happen to be at 761, 590. On this particular one, I want to show you guys some listing photos to see why somebody would have paid so much. This is the house from the listing in 19. It's a pretty nice house. So we never got there. We still haven't gotten there. We can't, I don't know what to say. That's where we're at though. We're at 761 something.
Okay, that's it. Okay, Hussein, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes on the timer.
I believe the comp fee that we used was a pretty fair comp in comparison to size and whatnot. The adjustment was coming out above the property owner's opinion. I do understand that, values do increase. That adjustment at, I believe it was 640. I believe the 747, 494 was a pretty fair adjustment. But nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Ray, you got 2 minutes for district rebuttal?
I don't need anything. Okay.
Okay. So we'll go to closing then. Hussein, you got 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts?
I'm good, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Ray, anything for you?
No.
Okay.
You guys can have it.
All right. It seems like for both sales and equity that the district has supported their case here.
I mean, it was for sale. I don't know what it sold for in 2019. It was for sale for $291, so 5 sold 800.
Yeah. I thought it sold for $830. Which is okay. Okay. So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-295, account number 25113, when considering incorrect appraised market value, Q1 and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value. that we keep the 2021 appraised value at $761,590.
All in favor?
Aye.
Closed. We'll move on to open a hearing on case 2021-296, account 30277. Still Q1, Q2?
Still Q1, Q2.
Okay. Hussein, would you like Ray to go first or you go first?
Oh, he heard you.
Still there, Hussein?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I couldn't put on mute and I was talking. But yes, our layout's gonna be similar to the previous evidence sheet. So after the cover page, you'll see the account history on it. Last year's value was 383. This year we're at 431, almost a $50,000 increase. And this property has steadily been increasing since 2018. I was doing it 330, then 383, now it's at 31. With that being said, we had 5 equity adjustables coming in at 411.15. Out of for the market, we had 3 sales that we used, and also coming in around 411.626. Taking a look at those equity comparables, they are different in years. B is pretty much identical in square footage, although it is 9 years newer. Its market value was at 431,570, adjusted out to 400. I mean, just looking at the market value for a brand new 2018 home that's of similar size and class and everything. I do believe that the subject is kind of overassessed here. With that being said, the median was coming out at 411,155. Flip that page, you'll see where all the comparables are coming from. Some of the comparables are even superior properties in the subjects on the canal. And if you look at the 3 sales comparables coming in at 1 on the low end at 169.71, I see that that's an outlier. But we have the other 2 coming in at 411 and 421. C being the closest in size, but we do have a on both of them. With that being said, our opinion of value is going to be 411,000.
Okay, anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay, you cut out a little bit there at the end, but.
Oh, nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Ray, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Hussein, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you agree at 418?
We could definitely come to an agreement there.
Okay. That's,
I would like to amend my value to $418,000.
The district is gonna go through a bunch of evidence to prove 426. They're at 411. I don't see any reason why we can't just compromise on this.
okay, 418.
Yes, sir.
Even.
Yeah, I'm completely good with that.
Okay, all right. Well, with that in mind, then I'm going to make a motion on case ID. Case ID 2021-296, account number 30277. When considering the incorrect appraised market value and in Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, I move that we lower the current value from 431,350 down to 418,000 based on agreement by the property owner's agent and the appraisal district.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nice work, Charlie.
$17.55.
1755, the middle of page 6. Okay, opening hearing on case number 2021-1755, account 15314. Hussein, how do we play this? You go first to the district.
I can go first again, no problem.
Okay,
So on this one, this is a interesting situation, and this property owner is very passionate about her property. So the property is oversets both market and equity. Home sits on the canal in a weird angle, and I'll review that in a minute. It has the least amount of canal frontage in the neighborhood, along with its neighbor at 300 Bay Drive because of the way it sits. This detracts from the value of the home. There are coastal properties that are far superior to the subject that are assessed slightly higher, looking at Aransas CAD sales. It seems that most properties are assessed well over their sales price, including those in the neighborhood. Taking that into consideration and how the house sits on the canal, the value should be much less. We have 5 equity comps, median comes in at 455, and 2 sales comps, median comes in at 462. Taking those median prices into consideration, along with the location of the subject, this was my opinion of value, was 410,000. With that being said, I asked the property owner what they believe it's worth. They gave me a value of 250,000. I was going to offer to purchase it from them, but I withdrew from that. So with that being said, if you continue to flip the pages, you'll see the history on the property. Last year was 404, 710. Took a drastic increase of over 100,000. And just going over the equity comps real quick, we got the median coming in at 455,000. Pulling a couple from outside of the neighborhood, which was coming in, adjusting on the very, very low end. With that being said, let's get to the next page of the comparable property analysis. We do have 2 properties, 1988 and 2002. One adjusting out to 441, another adjusting out to 482. Even some of these older properties, although they may be old in age, from my understanding, majority of them have suffered and renovated from hurricane damages. So they're all superior in their own ways. And as you can see, I've circled comp 1, median value coming in at 499, 294. I believe this is from the Aransas CAD. And we had a switch, I believe, where I believe a different comp was used, and that was at 501, 624. That's what that was adjusting out to. And then I also included a bunch of things where you see the sales ratio report. So I'm looking at city by this, and I saw that a lot of what the market was assessed at and versus what the sales prices were going for, I saw discrepancies about 30 to 40,000. Some discrepancies less, about 10K. And there were a few that were going the opposite direction as well. But for the most part, it's like there were a few that were kind of on point. But we did have major discrepancies some of these accounts, as much as 60,000 and what it was assessed at and what it sold for. With that being said, if you keep flipping past the sales ratio report, you'll see a few pictures of the property itself. And I thought I had included an aerial on here.
yes, you did.
Which I have. Okay, cool. So if you look at the pictures, let me know when y'all are there.
We're looking at it.
Okay, cool. So that's like the first picture is the little way that they got through a breezeway that just leads to the backyard. And as you can see from the backyard, you can see their little boat dock that they have, or the list that they have, along with the deck. That's pretty much what access that property has to water. And it's very, very, very minor. And if you could flip to the next page. Oh, another thing she wanted me to point out is the shutters that they installed, the paint and everything that they had to do with the hurricane. The shutters are there to reinforce anything for and if you flip to the next page, you see how the property sits. It sits in a weird way where it has more space in the front yard than it does in the back where the canal is. And it's just a weird little slot. It doesn't have much canal access. If anything, if they have a boat on that lift, they probably have a partial view of the canal. But it's just the way it sits compared to its neighbors. They can't park a boat that you see that's right across from their, dock a size like that, because it's just not feasible. And just that the way it's situated on the canal, I don't think it can sell for about $500,000, so that it's being valued at. The property owner obviously believes it should. To put a fair valuation on it, I'll be in around like about 420 to 430. With that being said, nothing.
Okay. All right. So Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
I do have a question, if you can hear me okay.
Yes.
So your opinion of value is 420 to 430.
That would be my professional opinion.
So one of the things I was looking at your own grids that you provided, and you come out with unless I'm misreading, you come out with median and equity at 455.
Yeah.
And market at 462. So why is your opinion of value 420 to 430?
Just the way that lot sits. Like if you look at all the other lots in that neighborhood, they're pretty much, their backyard is in shrinking as it gets towards the canal.
Yeah.
So I'm taking that into consideration with the value. Hence why, because the sales that we're adjusting are not adjusting for the fact that it's a weirdly shaped spot on the canal.
I get it. I appreciate it. Will you go to Picto real quick here and let's look at this thing. So the Picto in City by the Sea is not great. So we have to deal with the blur. But zoom out. So this is the somewhat pie-shaped lot that we're reducing this value by 15%. So we're taking the normal value and multiplying it times 0.85 to render a value due to shape and small waterfront. The waterfront on this lot stinks, but there's something about this lot that doesn't stink at all. It's way down here with somewhat peekaboo views, maybe, yes, of the bay. It also is on a wide part of the canal. You could make the argument that it would be better to be here than way up in one of these interior lots deep in the canal, where your view is whatever it is, up in here. So the lot has a limitation of waterfront, but it doesn't necessarily have a limitation on location. Location's not bad, and we're adjusting for it. If you go to the property card, or go to my evidence check.
See the 0.85 there.
Yeah, so in our evidence, we're multiplying it right here times 0.85. That's an adjustment. That value did go up a lot between years, but that's because the previous year's value was distributed in a settlement with the owner. I don't believe she was represented by an agent last year. I think we settled with her. So it's created a bigger throw between the 2 years. So market value from our point of view is as follows. You have a sale on Bayview. So it's the same street, but this is one of the dry lots. So if you're familiar with Bayview, when you round onto Bayview, there's about 10 dry lots on the right-hand side. One of those sold this year, 5 FB, 1,600 square feet, sold for $358. Then the next sale is on Bayview, but this is on the canal side, like the subject. Sold for $625. It's a 5 ST, and it is 1,000 square feet bigger. Sold for $123,000 more. Scroll down. Bayview, this is on the bay, I believe here. This is on views of the water. So this one sold for $650 on a 5 BS for 3,160 square feet. We are not valuing it at $650. We're valuing it higher at $689. But it does comp out to $464. It gives a median value of $499. Go to the next one. So equity, these are, so the first comp is 318 Bayview, it's a 5, it's a 1,400 square foot house, 485 rendered value. The next one is on Port, which is in Palm Harbor. It's also a 5, it's 1,700 square feet. It is an older home, and the first comp is about the same on page. The next one on equity. So comp number 3 is a 5. It's on Bayview. It's one of the dry ones, 1,600 square feet. The main difference here is land. It comes out to 502. At the end of the day, I think we say that we're $499. We're $3,000 high on the house, according to our comps. That's it.
Okay. So Mr. Hussein, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal, if you need that much time.
Just taking a look at everything, I do understand there are sales out there that are strong. From a property owner's perspective, it's depending on what the tax rate is, it's pretty much what the tax rate is times almost, 1,000 is what they're going to be paying. So if the tax rate is about 2.3%, they're going to be paying $2,600 more in with property taxes just year over year. And she's very passionate about her property. This is a retirement home, kind of a dream type thing. One thing they hate to tax out of. Just looking at the way some of the market analysis was coming out on their sales ratio report, there are properties that are not situated in a weird lot like that were overassessed and so below what the CAD has. Just with that being taken into consideration, I would say the property is well overassessed at $500,000. Again, property owner believes it should be half of what it is at the moment. Respectively, speak market going on. I would say about 430, somewhere around there in the ballpark. Nothing further, and that's about it. Thank you.
Okay. Ray, if you need it, a minute for closing?
No, sir.
No? Okay. Mr. Hussein, you got a minute to close. Anything else?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I see the pic though? I tried to bring it up on this.
It's up there.
They do mean it's bordering.
Can you show me the card for 15241?
You bet.
That's the reverse, isn't it? Now,
I've got a lot
You need an elbow, you need an elbow.
there's not another lot like that, is there?
Oh, it's the reverse, meaning it's.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just- yeah.
If you were around it.
Actually, what is a quarterback?
I'm trying to find another one that looks like.
The one
It's too
next to
big.
it's probably.
63,832 is an elbow,
The
but
one
it's.
next to it's pretty narrow lot,
Which is that?
the right hand side.
How about 15241?
Yeah, that's 300 Bayview.
Yeah, 15241. No, the one right next to the right hand side.
15315.
Yeah, that's the size and location.
Yeah,
You didn't want the property card or?
property card, yeah. How much was it?
540, well, 553, 950.
Oh, I think there is something to say, be said for the lot.
Absolutely.
They're already accounting for that.
They are.
Yeah, they got 85, yeah,
They're now offering the value for that.
Uh-huh.
Well, an approach is to take the district's equity value, 499, split the difference to his, I actually used the 462. I
Yeah.
probably could have done the other one.
That's-
And there was an 18,000 difference, so I got to 480,080 doing that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I can't.
Well, that makes sense. He's saying 462 is the median equity value, correct?
Actually, it was, that was his sales.
Sales.
The 499 is sales too.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're right, thank you. I did put him on the right line.
Yeah, they're both sales. That makes sense.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So the number I got is 480,080, or if you
Yeah.
wanted to round it up or down.
480.
480 is fine with me.
Yeah.
Good with that.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1755, account number 15314. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $502,680 to $480,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Hussein, we're done.
All right, thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Our last one of the day is case 1917, and it is by affidavit only.
Okay.
67250.
Thank you.
Do you want to trade?
No,
Yeah. It's a Carolina thing, or Georgia cloisters.
Yeah, yeah.
Front doors butt up to each other.
They're cute.
Yeah. They tried to make a neighborhood out of it. You kind of have to have shops and, you know, put it out in the middle of the county. It's just weird.
They sold.
That they did. That was, Diaz. They're nice.
Okay. What did you say, 1917?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can do that. Ready, Ray?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Opening a hearing on case 2021-1917, account 67250. This hearing is being recorded. Robert, what do we have?
I'm not seeing the actual protest form. It shows Q1, Q2. It doesn't show online.
Why don't you see the
Protest form is Q1, Q2.
Okay, I'm just not seeing it. It's
You sure you got 1917?
Oh, I see what you're looking
It's, okay, it's just a different protest one, but Q1, Q2, okay.
Q1, Q2? Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The yard members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Carr, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I will not communicate with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I request that you solemnly swear from the appraisal review board is true and correct.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
David is as follows. The hearing. Relco? This is, she lives in Houston, property legal description of cell house lot 6. Account number with the appraisal district is 67250, and it's a residential property. Action or decision being protest, value is market value check, the value is properties check. That's what was also checked on the original protest form. Evidence, number 1, description, bill summary, 6 pages. Statement of owner for 2021, the property owner is asking that the appraisal review board to lower their 2021 value to $240,000. Please see attached bill summary. Thank you for your consideration. Box is checked. I do not intend to appear at the hearing. Alyssa Dempsey is the agent, notarized by Sandy Schexnayder, and 4/11/2022. And rates done. The best way to do this, I think, is we turn the lights on. There's a grid being presented with the affidavit of evidence. Sometimes it's not the easiest thing to read, but we're going to make sure we do the best we can. So the subject is 106 Cell House. Cell House is the condominium townhouse complex thing that's on the north side of town. Comp number 1 is on 2575 on the market 1069. This is for their uniform and equal analysis. Comp number 2 is 4570 Highway 35 North. Comp number 3 is 253 Coastal Wildwood. Comp number 4 is 1028 Church Street. And the last 2 comps are in the Cell House. Subject property is built in 2015. It's 200 square feet. So the comp on 1069 is a 4FB minus 800 square feet. An improvement value of I don't know, 78, 89, 96, 97,000. Okay, so the comp 4570 Highway 35 North is an office. See this clash right here? OMBAO. Let's see that a lot. Some sort of office, possibly a medical building. It is 2,300 square feet. That was 2,600 square feet. The comp on Wildwood is 2020 bill, 2,300 square feet, 6FB. Up on Church Street, 2020 bill,
1,800 square feet, and the two cell house comps. So 2012 and 2011, 1356 and 1300. Same class.
Well, 5345 is a class.
It is a class, yes. This, yes, it is a class. It's when condos or townhouses are built, we create a class at the same time. Try to.
Okay.
That way we're not crossing the house. Subject, the uniform and equal market value rendered is 263. Okay, let's keep going. That was their equity. Right. So this is their uniform and equity. This is adjusted. So each one of these comps, they're adjusting out a market square footage and improvement square footage, $0 for class adjustment, an age adjustment, and not an NA adjustment. I don't know what that means. An adjustment market per dollar square foot, an adjustment ratio, and an adjusted market value. None of those are highlighted specifically, right? They're not. And then they tell you what their adjustments are: 5% for every doubling of size, and then 1% per year difference after 3 years, and a class of adjustment that's 10% for class difference. Go ahead. This is the map of their comps. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, back on the map for a second. Just where's it?
B.
B.
Well,
Could be
no,
F.
it could be F. It's probably F because there's 2 of those comps.
Oh, I bet.
So that's the F, and B is the north one that was in ONDA.
And there's actually 3 properties there.
One way down.
Yeah.
Coastal Wildwood.
Coastal Wildwood is probably C.
That is.
And then this one right here is the 9 comp.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because
They don't really are.
so okay, so that's F. A, B, C, D, E, F. A, B, C, D, E, F. So they don't even show the subject on this chart.
I don't believe so, unless it's behind E and F.
But yeah, E and F. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Could be shown.
Yes, that's what I'm
It's a little hard to
saying.
tell.
Okay.
The next thing that we have is a market analysis. So this is sales. Subject is 106 House. The comps are 3306 Highway 35 North, 1806 Harbor Drive, which is Harbor Oaks, 3309 Highway 35 North, 701 North Austin Street, which is Old Rockport. It's right back here. 711 Allen Street, which is also Old Rockport. So just right behind us here. Or to the, where are we? It's right over there. In that neighborhood, behind the donut shop. You can see that their classes don't appear to be listed on here. Their build dates for each one is listed. Their neighborhood is listed, and their square footage and grade is listed. Maybe they are. They're just, yeah, this is a storage building. This is an office. This is a commercial building. This is a house, and this is some sort of storage building also. I don't.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, yeah, there's a cell in 19, 19, 19, 19, and 19. All their cells are from 19. I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble. So that's their cells in 19, and their cell price 185 for the thing on 35 North, and 251 for that OMCG on Harbor Drive. It's gotta be the,
We're talking more so.
yeah, it used to be the CPA office. And that's what that is. It's next to the oil change place, yeah. And then there's a cell for 300,000, 262, and 295. It's a value of 249,775 for their cells comparison. This has been adjusted. So they're making some adjustments in here that they're telling what they make. 5% for doubling of size, for improvement, 1% for a difference after 3 years. Time adjustment is 1% per month after 1 year. And a class adjustment of 10% for class difference. Not sure because their class adjustment is always 0. So I'm not real sure about that one, but it looks like, well, it looks like everything else is, now it's not. The time adjustment is 0 and the other adjustment is 0. So go ahead. This is a map of these. Go ahead. Let's see. Let's go to the CAD. Okay, this is a place in Cell House. And we've got Q1 and Q2 on the projects. 106 Cell House. Keep on going. Let's get to the grades. Okay. So our first comp is 108 Cell House Way, sold in 2020, September 2020 to 324. Then we have 304 Cell House Way, sold in January of 2020 for 297. Go ahead. I'll go up to that. Interesting. I don't know why it's like that. Okay, comp equity is.
I'm sorry, I'm.
Right, comp equity, they're all the same class, they're nearly the same size. Comes out to 298. You'll see that we're high on this place. 303, median equity value is 298. This is the sales. Yeah, no.
There's equity.
We're just missing a sale. Could have. We just have 2 sales. So if you took those 2 sales, which is fine, and you figured out 311 and 296, you'd have to add those and divide by 2 and see if you got less than 299. So we would still be at 299. 299.
Like minor adjustment on the equity grid, 9897. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-1917, account number 67250. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $303,230 down to $298,970.
All in favor?
Aye.
There are no letters to be read.
Oh, my goodness.
But
No buts. We are done for the day.
Nobody loves.
We will see you in the morning.
Well, maybe.
Oh, that's right.
It's great.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
I guess we'll need to adjourn for today.
Motion to adjourn.
I made a motion.